Call the May 14th, 2025 Assembly Finance Committee meeting to order. Ms. Wendell, will you note the roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. We have all Assembly members present in chambers besides Assemblymember Smith, who is available on Zoom.
Thank you. That brings us to executive session. Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Assembly into executive session to discuss matters the immediate knowledge of which could have an adverse effect on city finances, specifically an update on collective bargaining.
Are there any members of the public that, is that what I have to do? I have to ask if there are any members of the public that have an objection to us moving into executive session? Seeing none, any members of the Assembly? I will object just for a statement that I have a conflict related to negotiations with IAFF and will not participate in any part of the discussion that specifically speaks to that agreement. All right, seeing no other objections, that is so moved. So we will ask everyone in the room to go outside for a bit, and we expect to be coming back at about 5:45. So y'all have to leave. Can participate. Oh, Mr. Smith, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
We are going to call you on the phone, so we do not have a separate link for you.
Okay. I'll quit this meeting so I don't mess it up.
All right, I'm bringing us back into our regular meeting. Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Assembly met in executive session and was not able to conclude our business, so executive session will be reconvened at the conclusion of the Finance meeting.
Thank you for that. So that brings us to approval of minutes. You have the May 7th, 2025 minutes in your packet. Any changes to those minutes? Seeing none, those are so moved. That brings us to agenda topics. We're going to start with Eagle Crest. We have a lot of more information here in the packet. Ms. Flick, will you provide maybe an overview of the memos that are here?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Wall. In preparation for your discussion tonight on Eagle Crest's budget position, there's a couple memos prepared. The first one starts on packet page 3, which talks about your funding options for Eagle Crest. I'm going to presume that you've read that, but the general overview is on one end of the spectrum, you will determine how much expenditure authority you want Eagle Crest to have and determine if that is recurring and adjust your revenue to fully fund that. On the other end of the spectrum is the same question, how much will you fund? But then do you want to either provide a loan, which would take another ordinance, we can prepare, happy to do that, but it reduces your unrestricted fund balance directly, or you could let them run into a deficit, in which case we need to reserve funding, which could be unrestricted, it could be restricted. Under both of those scenarios, I think that the two questions that there needs to be general agreement on is that CBJ should be in the business of running a year-round mountain recreation area, and that there is in a reasonable amount of time, and that's a very vague term, I recognize, the trajectory for Eagle Crest to be operating in the black such that they would repay either that loan or that deficit within their own fund. So there's multiple choices kind of in between, but those are the highlights on page 3 at the bottom. I just kind of put the problem statement out there. This is the total sources, which includes Eagle Crest generated revenue and the general fund subsidy, which is their total sources. Their expenditures that are included in your in the manager's proposed budget, and what that hole is to fill for FY26. But also we anticipate them coming in. We expect them ending FY25 with a deficit, and so that's why you have a total of almost 3.3 million. And so that's kind of the question that you're wrestling with from a funding perspective. The second memo gives you kind of those decision points that we do need for you to make, and that starts on packet page 7. And I guess I will start with, we need you to make a decision, which might be intentionally not making a decision. So in the proposed budget is Eagle Crest request for $6,324,900 of true operating expenses and $235,000 of one-time expenses. That does create that deficit or that hole that we just talked about. If you intentionally do nothing and pass that budget on to full assembly and adopt it, that will be their expenditure authority. And we will assume that your reserve then comes from the restricted budget reserve. And we'll set that aside and earmark it, if you will, as the match for the deficit. So you also have the opportunity to make a host of decisions, and there's some information that Eagle Crest has provided in your packet as well about their operations. Specifically, they've asked for one-time expenditures for a snowcat replacement and a snowplow purchase. That's the $235,000. So you can also choose to tackle their operating expenditures versus their one-time expenditures. And then there's also there's an increment for you to consider for their 50th anniversary, which is upcoming. They want to buy some additional swag, sweatshirts, logo stuff, and then recoup all of that cost. So it really, you need to, if you're okay with that, we need you to give them that authority so they can buy the stuff and then turn around and sell it. So that's not kind of included in the maximum of what they could spend for next year. And then lastly, they've requested an additional $226,000 be infused into their CIP for mountain maintenance. And so that those are kind of the points that we need you to resolve through tonight. There's a lot of ways that you can move through that. And then on page 8 is some potential funding options. And I can talk through those, or we have Eagle Crest to talk through those. And then in your supplemental packet, sorry, I should have had my finger in that already. Starting on page 39 is a memo from Mr. Shatry regarding the outlook for Eagle Crest finances. And I'm happy to elaborate on that more, answer questions, or stop.
Thank you, Ms. Flick. I think we'll open up to questions from the assembly, either for Ms. Flick or Eagle Crest folks. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll probably start with a very minuscule one in the grand scheme, but I'm just curious why the snow cap replacement, or I guess, is it being funded from the fleet replacement fund, or is there not funds for that? And if not, anyway, since I've learned more about the fleet replacement fund, this seems like something that would be paid for by the fleet replacement fund.
Great question, Assemblymember Smith. The fleet replacement fund is not properly funded to make that purchase right now. And so that is why they're requesting additional one-time funds to make that purchase now.
I have a follow-up.
Yes.
What's the reason for that? Has Eagle Crest not been contributing at the correct amount? Did the thing die faster?
Assemblymember Smith, your first answer to your question is correct. They've not traditionally funded the fleet reserve to the full value. Funding into the fleet reserve is an operational cost. And so that is something that they have not fully funded.
I have one last one.
Quick one.
Do we not force them to do that at that amount? They actually can choose to.
Assemblymember Smith, that's an interesting question, and I will answer it this way. For the departments over which the city manager has direct purview, they are required to fully fund their fleet.
Sure. Thank you.
Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, and this is either for the board president or Mr. Simmons. Are you comfortable going into a deficit for several years? Is that the usual practice? I know we've done it one time before, but how does the board feel about that?
So, Madam Mayor, through the chair, there we go. So in the memo that I provided to the Finance Committee, I did give a little bit of background on general fund support and fund balance for Eagle Crest over the years, kind of looking back over the last 25. And one of the things I did point out in table 1 of that memo is that there was a 10-year period where we did have a negative fund balance, and really, and this was far before my time on the board, but there was a really poor ski year, and a decision was made to refund season passes at that time, and that initiated a significant negative fund balance that, given the relatively tight margins that the area has always operated on, even with general fund support, it took a long time to dig out of that hole. whole. And there's been, then was, been in a positive fund balance, since then until 2024, and then we'll have a negative fund balance coming out of 2025 once again. 2025 primarily due to having one of the poorest snow years that we've had in a long time. So we don't like having a negative fund balance. But we know that, especially if we're only going to be operating from a winter perspective, that's been the history of Eagle Crest, that there are times there's a negative fund balance. Now, kind of stepping forward, starting in 2023 and in meetings in 2024, we presented kind of the future look at Eagle Crest finances as we move to summer, or full year operations, and primarily, generating revenue from cruise ship traffic with the gondola during the summer. And to get to that point, we tried to forewarn the assembly that we, barring any other changes, would have to go into a pretty significant negative fund balance as we geared up for summer activities before we got to be, into a cash flow positive scenario. But the bright side was that as we went forward, we were building a significant positive fund balance that could be used to fund Eagle Crest in its entirety, could be used to fund our capital programs, could provide a return to the city, whatever ultimately the assembly decided to do with that positive fund balance in the future. So we already knew going into this budget season, really for the last 2 years, that we were going to be looking at negative fund balances to bring summer operations online. What we have done, what the board has approved in terms of the initial ask to the assembly, is to try and address the significant problem that we have with recruiting and retaining people by addressing the fact that our pay scale doesn't match what our competitors are doing, especially when we consider the cost of living. So we've tried to address that this year to show what it truly is going to take to move things forward, as opposed to waiting for cash flows in the future to ultimately try to address that pay scale. And so that is the bulk of the driver for a negative fund balance this year. And then looking ahead, depending on which model you're looking at, we could have another 3 to 5 or 6 years of negative fund balance before we saw positive revenues coming forward and be self-funding going on. So the board's aware that is the result of the ask. We, in Ms. Flick's memo, she talked about, us being in a little bit of an economic trough right now as we prepare for future expansion of activities. And we hope the assembly will be able to support us as we have a few years of negative cash flow and then into a positive cash flow scenario and a positive fund balance in the future.
Follow up, Mayor Weldon.
It's a different question, but no one is raising.
I've got other hands on my list. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Flick, I think I heard you explain that if we don't take action, that the $6,559,000, that would be their operating authority if we did nothing.
Assemblymember Bryson, that is correct. And that amount includes their operations as well as the snowcat replacement and the snowplow purchase.
So may I ask my question now? So if we wanted to make an impact here, it would be changing that final line of operating authority. If we saw that we needed a different number there, that could be where we make the change.
Mr. Bryson, absolutely. You could adjust their, on page 7, in the middle where it has operating one-time expenses, the $6,324,900 is the operating request that they've laid before you, so that if you want to adjust how much they have in operating, that would be the number we would focus on.
Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. So when you were also on the subject of the potential deficit, you were talking about the restricted budget reserve. So this is the same source of funds that we basically use to fund emergency situations. And we basically be treating it as a kind of borrowing against that to some degree.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Per our code, if we run in a program into a deficit, we are required to set up a reserve. That reserve is intended, and I'll just say something completely silly. If Eagle Crest were to have their full budget run through next fiscal year and then Douglas fell off into the ocean and didn't exist and there was no way that they could recover that, then that hole would need to be filled. So that reserve is there in case that hole needs to be filled in the future. And so if you want to create that reserve from the restricted budget reserve, it's like saying, okay, the restricted budget reserve is for emergencies. We shouldn't be tapping into that, but we recognize we need to set aside some money to address the deficit. So out of that restricted budget reserve, we want to set this aside as a specific reserve for Eagle Crest. And so that would mean if we had a huge emergency, you couldn't tap into that portion for the emergency.
That makes sense. Thank you.
I'll get in here for a question before going to the mayor. Yeah, I'll go to Mr. Satry. The memo you provided has some information on kind of the previous model that Eagle Crest presented, Mr. Duncan's model, and you have, some kind of estimates here of how you think the model should be adjusted. And so your kind of predictions is 5 fiscal years of negative fund balance with possible maximum negative value of 5.5. But and none of these are with capital. What capital expenses do you expect? Are there big ones on the horizon in the, let's say, 5 to 10 year mark? And I know this is just estimating. What do we think are the big ones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of capital, the staff has identified a little under 2 million in additional capital outside of a normal planned CIP as they've taken a hard look at the operations. And so that's what we know in the near future that we're going to have. What we are, our goal is to be in summer operations and spinning money back and having a positive fund balance so that when we do get into the next major chairlift replacements, for example, or lodge replacement, for example, that we are in a positive fund balance and able to fund that ourselves. If we are not in that position and we have to go into essentially an austerity mode, then we're going to have to make some major changes in our operations as our facilities continue to age. But short term, I mean, just to make the math easy, there's probably 2 million in additional CIP on top of the roughly 350,000 a year but over a 5-year period, not each year.
Can you give us just a sense of those lift replacement, lodge replacement, knowing that those aren't immediately, but I know we at least, Ptarmigan's on our minds. So just so we can consider the scale of what we're talking about here.
And maybe I'll turn it over to staff to answer what they've been looking at that from their capital schedule.
Those are big numbers and hard to really quote. I know like Fish Creek Lodge, I think we had like a $12 million replacement cost done that Nate helped us out with a couple years ago, but that's a couple years old now, or a year old now. New lifts like for Ptarmigan run anywhere from $500,000, you go up to 7 million. It just depends how nice of a lift you want. Used, new. So it's hard to say, but none of those numbers are small, like none. And then the shops need replaced. There's two mechanic shops. Those both need replacing. Those you can't really do as cheap. You can't buy like a used shop. So that's several $1 million. Probably another 8 to 10, not including the equipment inside of it. Yeah. So I don't know if that answers your question, but big numbers.
And if If I may add to that, I mean, that's really what drove the decision a few years ago to come to the assembly and say, we have to do something different, or we will essentially be shutting down the operation as infrastructure fails or is beyond its useful life. And so us doing something different was work with assembly to get the gondola purchased, get the partnership established with Gold Belt, be able to look at, having that summer revenue that will allow us to either self-fund or revenue bond or whatever those options are for these big ticket items that after 50 years of operation, are staring us in the face.
I have Ms. Uscandies, Mayor Weldon, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can repeat what I think I just heard on yours, which is not my question, but the near term is like 5 years for that 2 million, is that right? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had that. So question for you on capital, staying on capital for a minute. There's something on our pending list later in the evening that is almost $1 million, and what you get for it is just resurfacing already a flat surface and adding some protective play to it, or some foam. And so I say that to give context. I cannot imagine. I would bet a lot of money, and I might lose that money. I would bet a lot of money that we can't build the gondola without infusing a significant amount of money in it, and that's just outside of Eagle Crest control. It's really just has to do with the cost of building anything in the world, and then that being a challenging project or not an easy project. So when I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about potential negative fund balances because we can't do that, it's very tempting to be able to say, go forth without handing you any money, but we do have to tie something up. What scale, from where you all sit, thinking about it a lot more than I do, what scale is that number and where do you foresee that dollar amount coming from? Because we've already gone through enough of the Gold Belt money that I feel pretty sure that we'd need more infusion. So what are your thoughts around that? What are numbers around that, and kind of how are you thinking about that?
So through the chair, it's a great question. I think all of us were confident that when the original agreement was signed with Gold Belt, that the 10 million would have been more than enough to construct the gondola. And quite frankly, at the time, we had plans for funding some ancillary facilities as well. And the world's changed. And you all see that in every capital project that crosses your desk. We will not quite know exactly what that looks like until a bit later this year, as city engineering finalizes the package to put it out for bid for the full procurement and construction management portion of the installation of the gondola. So that I would hesitate to even guess at what the variance is going to be, but that it will be later on this year when we know that. But I would expect it to exceed the 10 million that we have, and then we'll have to make some decisions.
Mayor Weldon.
Thank you. Since we're on maintenance, so you have 235 for the 1,000 for the snow equipment. What's the extra 226,000 at the bottom of our page 7 for?
Madam Mayor, through the chair, so that is part of that roughly 2 million, if you will, that the staff had identified in terms of deferred maintenance and maintenance projects. And these were the items that were high priority that they believe could be accomplished in this fiscal year. And unfortunately, I was trying to actually pull it up on my laptop here. I should have grabbed that sheet in preparation, but maybe you can speak to some of those items.
Yeah, specifically, I don't have like the list in front of me, but generally it's mostly lift maintenance, just catching up to lifts on several years behind in maintenance. snowmaking is another big part of that. And then some of the projects too are just building maintenance that we just have to do. And we're in this weird phase now where, like, Fish Creek Lodge is a good example. You know, we're repairing a building that should be replaced, so some of that money is for that too. So like Mike said, it's the highest priority things that keep us operating, which is mostly lifts. Anything around mountain operations, really.
Follow up, Madam Chair. So will this get Black Bear up and running?
I didn't hear what you said, sorry.
In terms of Black Bear up and running. So a big part of the 350,000 in the CIP is for Black Bear. So yes, the plan is absolutely to have that running, and we're making some final decisions on what option we're moving forward on. But that's in the main CIP. That's not part of the extra.
Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I had some more CIP questions. I think some of them were answered, and honestly, I kind of feel like that's just nibbling on the little pieces and not taking the big bite that we have to figure out. So I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. This question goes back to Ms. Flick. And it's kind of on the same topic we were discussing earlier. So as far as setting the reserve for the restricted budget reserve, if we were to do that this fiscal year, at a later time, if we had a better location to borrow against, like maybe a CIP fund, would we be able to move it?
Assemblymember Kelly, yes, absolutely. If you determined today that you wanted to allow Eagle Crest run into a deficit and you wanted to use the restricted budget reserve as that reserve towards that deficit, and we have an absolutely amazing tourism year and there's more sales tax dollars, or there's CIPs that we don't want to do, then yes, you could at some point direct staff through an ordinance to, or direct staff to adjust where that reserve is held. So that could be done at any time.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, do you still have your hand raised, or did you re-raise your hand?
No, I got inspired to take a bigger bite. My question is, would it be appropriate to put a reserve against the fund capital projects that I see from the budget book that has a significant sum, or would we need to select specific projects?
Good question, Mr. Smith. Ms. Flick.
Great question, Mr. Smith. I appreciate trying to think outside the box. All of the money in the capital funds have been appropriated. So yes, you could use capital funds, fund balance, but you would have to unappropriate a project in order to create a true fund balance that's not appropriated.
Thank you.
Follow-up.
Yes.
Could we direct you to do that, knowing what the different projects are, and then if you need to move? I'm just trying to
I think
figure out.
that I'll answer that. Of course we can, but our staff have many times before shared with us what projects are currently appropriated. So I think they'd probably need more direction from this body on what we would like to de-appropriate.
Very good. Someone else could try it. Madam Chair,
Yes.
I can't see the sign. Could you remind me of our Assembly Finance Committee principles?
I'll ask staff who are closer to do that.
I'm happy to have this Vanna moment. FY26 budget process agreements. 1, laugh at least once per meeting. 2, be judicious with your questions. 3, utilize the at ease option. 4, be generous of comments made. Don't take things personally. 5, grace for everyone. 6, aspire to be done by 9:30 p.m. 7, allow staff enough time to research and respond to ideas and questions. And 8, team attire when appropriate. Alicia, Ellen, and I are sporting black and Wade for no particular reason.
Thank you for that.
Mr.
I'm sorry, I've broken number 2 already.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Smith. We were thinking that we might have broken one in our response to your question in the room here, which you're missing out on. I think this question is for staff, Eagle Crest staff, and Mr. Satry, you want to weigh in as well. And I'm going to strive to articulate it in a way where you feel like you can actually answer it. And if you don't have, you know, a clear answer off the top of your head, I would understand that. And then I'll hopefully ask you to go with the spirit of the question. I think there are things on here like deferred maintenance on lifts that just haven't gotten it, and snowmaking and capital needs like the snowcat and the whatever else you need that would be beneficial if Eagle Crest was not pursuing a gondola project, but was pursuing a Eagle Crest where staff felt supported and could really focus on their, you know, limited portfolio instead of a maximized portfolio. People were well paid, et cetera. And I'm wondering from this, because there's different funding options and we're talking about the big number and different ways you could accommodate the big number. But I'm wondering for yourself, it's usually good for us when we don't get into the weeds and say, you should have this laborer and not this, you know, because I don't know and you know that. So I'm curious how much you've examined what a number would be that takes Eagle Crest to be thriving as a winter operation. And Mr. Satry, you know, if you feel like you have an answer from the board's perspective, I would love to hear that as well. In addition to staff, you're not off the hook.
Well, and maybe through the chair, maybe I'll just set the stage. I think what the board has tried to do this year, this budget cycle, and it really also comes from conversations with the assembly, is try to address that question of what does it take to properly pay our staff so that we can recruit and retain people? What are our true, you know, capital needs from a deferred maintenance perspective? It's an aging facility and we need to address these things. And looking at, you know, especially this year's budget through a little bit of a blinder of this is really a winter operations budget. And this is what at least, you know, in working with staff of what it's going to take to run winter operations the way it needs to be run and address our maintenance needs. So that was kind of the big picture, knowing that we also have to run that parallel path of what is it going to take to get us to the next phase of year-round operations. So that's sort of the sideboards we were operating under, and then maybe I can turn over to you for some details.
That's a very good question. We haven't, like, to answer part of the question, we haven't come up with like the number. Like, this is the number we need to be successful. Honestly, because it's too complicated. Ski areas are extremely dynamic and extremely woven together. So if one part isn't thriving, it's going to affect the other ones. And so I may not answer your question, but I'm trying to because it's a good question. The situation we're in is really probably twofold. One is just pay rates. They haven't been where they need to be. Therefore, the institutional knowledge, the retention rates, the recruiting rates are very, very, very low. So, and that's a huge problem for a business as complicated as a ski area, because it is so dynamic, and every winter is different, every day is different, every season or every month is different. So that retention is extremely important. And so that just ties into rates. Like the labor rates just need to go up. That's hence the big ask from the board because they understand that. Then the other part of that is years of Eagle Crest not having the resources, however you want to define that, money, staff, whatever, it is the problem or has been the problem. We're in this situation because, and obviously I wasn't here, but I definitely have the impression that every year it's like, this is what we need, this is what we need, okay, well, this is what you get. And that just nibbles away at all that deferred maintenance. And you do the absolute minimum of what you can do with that allocated money. And we've just hit the tipping point where the large scale projects are now a much higher priority and much more expensive than if we did them periodically over the last 10, 15, I don't know how long this goes back. So it's like the money that hasn't been spent on Eagle Crest for the last, I'll say decades. Now we're coming to you asking for some of that back pay in wages and in just, we can just categorize it really all as deferred maintenance. I think that answers the question, or please let me know if it doesn't.
And maybe just kind of bookend it is that, while we were looking at this of what it takes to run the area now, we also, board and staff, have not gone through a full exercise of saying, okay, let's run the scenario where this is winter only, December through the beginning of April, and what does that look like in a town of 32,000 people, right? So we haven't run that as a full scenario, but this budget request, both in terms of adding people, plussing up wages, and looking at some additional capital, starts to get you in that ballpark.
And what we also didn't do too is run real solid numbers of, altering the operational plan, which we talk about, right? Like we talk about maybe that's the answer, but that's a really complicated answer because, if we go from 5 days a week to 3 days a week, that's a harder job to employ people at. So then recruiting and retention gets even harder and more complicated. We'll sell less passes, so we'll make less revenue. So this is a positive feedback loop that we don't want to get into. But that is a potential. What has to be done is an allocation of money has to be like added to the FY26, and then we'll build operations around that. That's really complicated to do. But what we can't keep doing is, it's that drowning analogy I was talking about last time. We can't keep telling the public how we're going to operate and then getting not enough money to meet that need. We have to get the money first and then tell the public how we're going to operate. But that sounds really great to say it out loud, but the problem is, however, that changing the operational plan is not the answer because it just makes things even more complicated because the J1 program goes away because they have to have 35 hours a week. If we're not open for 35 hours a week, we can't employ them. So we have to replace those 23 people with people that want a 3 or 4 day a week job. It gets really, really complicated very fast, but it's on the table.
Got it.
We can't operate at a level we promised that just burns out staff. Then there goes our retention rate again, back into that positive feedback loop again. So,
Thanks.
yeah, thank you.
Mr. Simmons, for context, you won't see us surprised at kind of the challenges that Eagle Crest finds themselves in terms of lack of funding over the years coming to roost, as we are there and many other places in the city, our utilities, most notably right now after 30 years of not raising funding. So you're not alone, for better or for worse, probably for worse.
And I wasn't trying to blame you.
I got a question if I don't have anyone else. This is for staff, I believe. we've got some, what I would, I'm a risk averse person, so, you know, I gravitate when I look at these numbers at our, Mr. Duncan's conservative pricing model, which, you know, over the years has us, you know, if we're thinking about negative fund balance, you know, getting somewhere as high as, you know, $12 million in a number of years over a long period of time. I am, and that, you know, going into negative fund balance 1 year may seem okay, but when I think about how we would get to 12 eventually, that, you know, is where my concerns are today. And so I'm kind of struggling with do we need to find out more information to know what is the true number, or what is a better estimate for how deep this deficit can go? Or we just say this is our conservative estimate and we know that it might be $11.7 million. So maybe my question for staff is, are there data points that we think we can get to have more confidence about the long-term trajectory? I am, you know, confident that someday the gondola will make money for Eagle Crest, but I'm concerned about what that final number is and when we get there.
There are lots of data points that you need, chiefly among them the total cost of the gondola project that needs to be informed by what product we're actually building and what product we actually need to build. Also, of course, the different pricing models is another data point that greatly informs kind of the gondola as the solution. And none of those answers would, I believe, we be able to get you in time for this budget cycle. You know, I'm working with engineering on that. I'm working on bringing in additional staff specifically for the gondola project to do some of this negotiating and kind of business planning on a granular level, and hope to be able to, you know, bring you that, but definitely not before you have to make this decision.
And on the pricing piece of it, do you have any thoughts at this point about, is that a data point worth looking into in more detail, or is it kind of, you know, we've got some numbers of worst case scenario and best case scenario, and we should just work within those? Or what would it take if you've thought about that?
Yeah, so I think your question is, do I have any more nuance on worst case or best case scenario from what Mr. Duncan presented? And the answer is, you know, I do not. So this is as good a data as you have for right now, because those decisions will involve negotiations with Gold Belt and what that looks like. And there's a lot of decisions that still need to be made to get to that.
Mayor Weldon.
Thank you for that. My question has nothing to do with that, but it's still for staff. The general fund subsidy, the $930,000, is that already baked into our budget, or do we still have to care for that if we do that?
Thank you, Mayor Weldon. The $930,000 general fund subsidy is included in the manager's proposed budget. So if the assembly were to just go with what's in the manager's proposed budget, then that $930,000 would be transferred from the general fund to the Eagle Crest fund for that operation. You could also decide if you wanted to, if you decided to go down the route of a loan or a deficit, you could choose to pull that $930,000 back that's already built into the proposed mill rate in the manager's budget, and that could be allocated towards other general fund needs. Does that answer your question?
Ms. Hughes-Gandies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now at the end of that, I'm like, oh, maybe I am not tracking this as well as I think I am. So I may have a separate question for you. My question is for staff, for Manager Custer, and was at the end of Christine's question about, or sorry, Madam Chair's question about data. We don't have that I'm just wondering if you're adding nuance in places. The question I asked Eagle Crest staff about the infusion of funds, I agree we need staff on that specifically and we need a lot more data. That to me is like the elephant that's not in the room, since we're talking about Eagle Crest trying to transition to summer and summer being the answer in this scenario. If summer cost, we don't have any kind of numbers, I mean, beyond what our original is, but from your perspective, don't have authority over it, haven't been managing the project in the sense that you normally would. Do you have magnitude of scale nuance to add to that or not? And if the answer is no, I would respect that.
Can I plead the fifth on that one? I don't have any more information than, you guys have heard, but I mean, when you do the math, it sounds like potentially in the tens of millions of dollars to really do things right. And that is just from the comments. And we're talking, capital, making sure capital maintenance, making sure the gondola project is operational, making sure summer operations are robust. All of those are things that we need to invest in to be able to make Eagle Crest self-sustaining. So it's, I think, as Mr. Simmons has said, there's an upfront investment that needs to be made, in addition to just keeping winter operations operational, to make it the organization that it needs to be if we expect it to be revenue generating.
Thank you for that.
Other questions? Miss Hughes Candies? Or not?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still thinking how to, maybe I could ask for a 1 minute at ease.
Take a moment at ease. We are back. Are there any last questions from Ms. Hall?
As I'm looking at the two trail worker positions for Eagle Crest, and then I'm scrolling down to the our external funding request and see the trail mix for Eagle Crest biking and hiking trail construction. And I'm just wondering, I guess this would be a staff question and or maybe both, but is that something that Trail Mix could take care of, doing summertime trail work up there?
Thank you for the question. It's certainly something that we can explore. Trail Mix is an organization that we partner closely with on lots of similar sorts of activities. I don't know that the cost would be substantially less than the cost that's laid out in Eagle Crest's budget for those same positions, but we could look into that.
Have a follow-up, Ms. Hall?
Unless staff has anything to add. Or Eagle Crest staff, sorry.
It definitely is a possibility. That relationship could be really interesting and productive. The only thing to add, Aaron and I were just talking about, is that trail crew position is more of a year-round job. It's an old position that used to exist. And they would be, in the winter, they would be focusing more on like the trail maintenance side. So patrol can patrol and do the medical side, the avalanche work. So it's in an ideal world, it's not just summer.
Not seeing any more questions. Mayor Weldon, will you get us started with a motion, knowing that we've got probably lots of things to discuss here now or
Yeah.
at some point in time?
I think I'll get unanimous consent. Remember, this is the start of the conversation. I move that we accept the Eagle Crest proposed budget with the removal of the general fund subsidy, and also the funding source at this time would be the restricted budget reserve until we come up with another funding source, which could include some other things. And ask for unanimous consent.
Okay, we may want to break that up depending on how this conversation goes, but we'll start with that motion and see how it goes. I saw Ms. Atkinson.
Can I speak to my motion?
Yes, you can.
All right, so I'm accepting the Eagle Crest budget as requested. I'm trusting staff. This is what they say they need. And the board, this is what they say they need. We'll give them a shot. I'm removing the general fund subsidies, because if you look at the back of your packet, for those of you who picked up your supplemental stuff, we have lost federal funding in the realm of about $1 million. So we need to make that up. This is a way to make that up and just allow them to go a little further in the deficit. And the restricted budget reserve I'm using right now until we come up with a funding source, because I don't think we're going to hash that out tonight.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to jump to all parts of that motion, but the mayor made a good point about the $1 million hole. So I won't object necessarily to that, but I do have a little bit of nervousness with holding the restricted budget reserve right now. I talked about it a little bit when I made the motion to put the 3.3 million, on the pending list for the restricted budget reserve. And I think actually that $1 million hole is an excellent illustration as to why. We have a lot of uncertainty in funding and potential recession. And unlike in past times where we've been in crisis, I very much doubt we will get state or federal support if we have issues with our budget. And so I really am concerned about getting that restricted budget reserve up high, and even though we're not spending it, preventing us from using it in the near future will have much the same effect. So I would almost rather not put that 3.3 million in the budget reserve and spend it now. I have a lot of concern about, one, both letting them go into deficit, and then two, also having it impact our restricted budget reserve. I understand that's just for now, but we could very well have budget issues in the near future.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for getting us started. I think I appreciated hearing all the questions and I appreciated hearing all the answers, because in reality, this is a really big, sticky mess in terms of there's so many layers, it's so interconnected. So part of what I think I need and what I think is useful for us all is to have some robust discussion on this particular one. So I will say that in the weeks leading up to this, knowing that this was out there, my thought had been, you know what, we just let their fund balance go negative. That's a good move in this case. I think the numbers, I no longer feel that way. I think the numbers are of such magnitude, and it's not a dip in the road that's small enough for my comfort to just keep putting it in an invisible tab, because we don't have such resources, even though we were very lucky to have very healthy resources. I don't feel comfortable deappropriating stuff, putting our restricted budget reserve on the line for this. I would feel better about general fund matching against this, because I think that's a more appropriate place. So there's multiple things in that motion that I think are not far-sighted enough. It helps us get through tonight's budget, but it doesn't, I'm not sure it's where we need to go. I was asking about, I'll try to keep it to just this motion, but I will say that I asked about what it would take to make Eagle Crest a robust winter operation. And part of that is because I really enjoy Mr. Simmons' analogy of the drowning person. I appreciate hearing what they need. I want to support what they need to get back on track. This is a much larger commitment without appropriate data, to let the fund balance go negative for so long for such a large amount. So I guess I'll just stop there and listen to what else you have to say.
Mr. Smith, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Objecting for the purposes of a question, and that's just, could staff help me with the math, with the mayor's motion on what would be the needed reserve and, set aside, or anyway, sorry, whatever the word is. What is the number that would be, reserved in the restricted budget reserve with the mayor's motion?
Yes, give me just one moment. So the restricted, the reserve that needs to be set aside would include what's in your budget book or in your packet, the expected deficit of $3,287,400 plus $930,000, which is the general fund subsidy. So that would get you to $4,217,400.
And a follow-up.
Yes.
Very good, thank you. If Eagle Crest is unable to hire positions and all that type of stuff, that would obviously decrease. So that's that's as high as it would be.
I didn't hear the middle part of your question, Mr. Smith.
Sorry, if Eagle Crest is unable to hire positions or, execute a capital project or whatever, though, that would reduce the reserve. That would reduce the reserve needed because they wouldn't have spent the money. Or
Assemblymember Smith, that's correct. That assumes that they bring in exactly what's budgeted for revenue and that they fully expend all of the expenses. So if they can bring in additional revenue, that would reduce what the reserve needs to be. If they don't expend all of the funds, that would reduce what the reserve would need to be.
very good. I remove my objection. Thank you.
Mayor Weldon.
So I'm gently reminding some of my, I don't like to say younger because I'm not picking on age, newer to the assembly members that if you do something and it costs money, you have to come up with a funding source, which is why I'm picking the stick to budget reserve at this time. Ironically, in our pending list, there's a $3.3 million request to put that in the restricted budget reserve, and that pretty much washes out. Anyway, so just remember, if you don't like where I'm picking money from, you can choose somewhere else, but you have to have money tied to an ordinance. So, and I'm not saying next week you can't come with some creative thinking. Work with the staff and come up with some creative thinking and come up with your own ideas, but I just am trying to move Eagle Crest along. And I am going to follow up kind of addressing Ms. Hughes Scannies with a capital motion next.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was objecting to this. I did my math before the mayor included removing the $930,000 general subsidy. And on a year for fiscal 26, where they're predicting 2.8 million, the subsidy request here on page 7 has us giving them 3.7 million, almost a whole $1 million more than the revenue that they do. We just introduced something at Lands that we have to have more discussion on that shows that there are other options than trying to really stretch our budget to put millions of dollars into Eagle Crest. And we've seen that, they get $1 million a year, and then we just heard that that is not enough to even touch deferred maintenance. So while we've been subsidizing them $1 million or more for the last handful of years, we're still in as bad a position as I think I've heard this board report to us. Staying on the same track is not going to work. I don't think that we have the funds to fix Eagle Crest this year. I just don't think it's there. The 3.3 that Mayor Weldon mentioned that we've got on the pending list to go to the restricted budget reserve would still leave the restricted budget reserve $6 million below our code. So we've got giant chunks of money that we got to be talking about. And we have an operation that is asking for more money than they bring in annually to make their budget whole. I don't know that the restricted budget reserve is the correct path. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Hughes Candies, the Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that's hard about this when we're considering it is that the gondola, I called it the elephant in the room earlier, but that's lurking. And, when we decided to move forward with that, the world was a different place, as Mr. Satry said. The amount of money that we received from Gold Belt was a different amount than you would ask for if you were asking today, if you were choosing to do this today. So in some ways, there's two things going on in my mind, which is what does it take to make Eagle Crest whole and doing what they need to do? And I want to put a little parentheses when I talk about that and say, we subsidize lots of great facilities that I'm proud that this community chooses to subsidize. And Eagle Crest actually historically has a higher cost recovery than many of the great things we that we subsidize. So I want to remind us of that. And I'm not a skier, and I hear, except unless I'm on the Bunny Hill, but I hear from a community that loves its ski hill, and we could not be a community that has a ski hill, but it's been a choice over the last decades plural, and I think Juneau is still a community that wants a ski hill. So I'm trying to find a way to thread the needle for us to give them what they need, and then the gondola is still over there lurking. And I would say that the capital project that's that large, I don't know that I can see the way forward tonight, but I know we need to make a decision. beyond the first year of letting something go negative, I am risk adverse and I may want to keep larger amounts of money in the bank than the rest of this body does. But I don't want us to run negative so deeply that you can't decide to get out of it. So if we do this 1 year, then historically, Juneau has been a place that has enough money that we might say, oh, that was a bad idea. Here's the general fund to make that not negative anymore. But to some extent, I'm hoping that while we're all trying to find a path forward, that we're thinking of the long-term decision that we're making. So if we choose to go negative tonight, I'm curious from hearing from this body, are we going to make a different choice next year, or is the plan to just let it ride up to either 5.5 million negative or $12 million negative, whatever, somewhere in there that we don't know where it would land. Those are sort of some of the things that make me a bit uncomfortable with this. And I know we have to come up with the funding source, but I, for one, would want to say there's nothing magical about the restricted budget reserve if you can manage to keep your hands off your general fund. There is no real difference between those two funding sources. And if you start tying up your restricted budget reserve with projects like this, then it's not particularly restricted anymore. In fact, it's super not magical. So I think that's all I'll say for now.
I'm going to go to those we haven't heard from yet, if that's okay, Mayor Weldon. I have Mr. Steininger and Ms. Atkinson.
I guess I'll speak to the main concern that I have with this motion is the removal of the general fund subsidy from their existing operating budget. Mostly, part of it is concerns that we've heard already from others about how deep of a hole do we want to allow Eagle Crest to dig. But part of it is also just, this is a, city ran and city managed recreational facility, and removing any general fund support from their operating budget kind of takes our skin out of the game, if you will. And it's hard to get a metric on how many Juneauites use each of our recreational facilities, and I kind of went down a really rough exercise trying to figure that out from people to understand, we're subsidizing other recreational facilities. I'm not a skier. I'm also not a swimmer or a hockey player. And the proportion of Juneau that uses each of those facilities is not the entire town. And when you look at the proportion of Juneauites that have seasons passes versus the proportion of Juneauites using our hockey rink to play hockey, the kind of the core users, the subsidy that we're putting into other recreational facilities is significantly larger than that small amount that we're giving to Eagle Crest. And for it to continue to be a city-run ski facility until it gets to the point where it's returning money, I think it's kind of more honest to bake in some of that subsidy into our budget rather than pull it out and just allow them to build a bigger hole that they have to fill later. So I guess that's I'm on board with giving Eagle Crest what they need and allowing them to dig a bit of a hole in order to resolve some of the staffing concerns, to allow them to give the raises, to bring people in, to run the ski hill, to do the work that needs to be done and put themselves in a position that would work well once a gondola does get built. But I worry about, adding to that hole the piece that we've been giving them just to, have them exist. Taking that away at this stage, I guess you could see it as a, symbol of confidence in their ability to become profitable in the future. But I guess maybe I view it a little more pessimistically.
I'm going to go to Mr. Kelly since I haven't heard from you yet, and then we'll go back to some folks that who have already spoken. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I too am struggling a little bit with going against, or basically running our deficit, sourcing our deficit, however you want to phrase it, against the restricted budget reserve. I just had a question for Ms. Flick. So assuming this passes and we are putting $4,217,400 against the restricted budget reserve, how much available funds should we have in emergency would we have available to spend?
So, Mr. Kelly, just doing rough math, looking at the last page of the supplemental, you currently have $16.5 million in your restricted budget reserve. So if the decision is made to set aside that $4.2 million, you would have 12.3. I did math in my head, it's dangerous. But you would have 12.3 that you could use anywhere. And if you wanted to use the restricted budget reserve, you could also reserve your unrestricted unrestricted general fund budget. So you do have options on where that reserve is. But with the motion on the floor right now, it'll leave you with 12.3.
Thank you.
I'm going to speak here. I'm also objecting to the mayor's motion. I do tend to agree that we don't really have a lot of choice tonight besides letting the fund balance go negative. But that is not a long-term strategy that I can support at all, given that it's going to be a long time before we get there. You know, 2 or 3 billion is one thing. And so I would like to, you know, we're going to have to make a decision tonight, but I would like to, you know, look back at our loan, thinking about loans again, because I think in some ways it's all just moving around money, but loans, I think, incentivize different things than us holding money in reserve that we can't access in an emergency, which we may have some emergencies coming up, and I'm not comfortable tying up lots and lots of money there. I also, you know, really happy that the board came to us with what they really need in wage increases. We know that that's an issue, but I'm more inclined to, you know, see how they do with the wage increases and not increase all of the FTEs. So we've got some other options here that I'm interested in, and I agree with those folks who want to continue the subsidy into the future. All right, I'm going to go to Mayor Weldon, then Miss Atkinson. Oh, and Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, have you? Yes, you have. So you're after. Weldon, Atkinson, Smith. Kelly.
Well, remember, there was just a motion thrown out there to start the discussion. There's a beautiful thing called amendments. And if you feel strongly about a certain part of it, perhaps you should try an amendment.
Miss Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe this gets shot down immediately, but I do have an amendment to the mayor's motion, which would be to change the fund source or the fund held against from the restricted budget reserve to the unrestricted budget, the general fund. Thank
you. Mr. Smith.
I don't know how much it really matters, I guess. But you know, the restricted budget reserve, the spending of which is, you know, obviously has a lot more strings. So we obviously tap into that much less often. But so I guess I would object because I think it makes sense to, in it, again, as the mayor mentioned, this is just for now. We could choose another source, another project, another fund. So, but I'll object to the motion just because I think the restricted budget reserve is, we would tap it less. If an emergency comes in, we have projects of which we can empty. So I just feel leave our least encumbered or least, strings attached funds more available. So I'll object to the motion.
Mr. Kelly, did you have a objection as well that you wanted to speak to?
I do have I think I will object, but I don't need to speak to it.
A motion and we have an objection. We have a motion and we have an amendment. We have an objection to the amendment. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. I will repeat the original motion first, and then I'll call roll for the amendment. There's an original motion on the table to accept the Eagle Crest proposed budget with the removal of the general fund subsidy and reserve $4,217,400 of the restricted budget reserve. The amendment to the motion would change the reserve source from the restricted budget reserve to the unrestricted general fund. Assemblymember Atkinson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Kelly.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
No.
Mayor Walden.
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
No.
Motion fails. 4 ayes, 5 nays.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd make a amendment to the motion, the main motion, and that's to remove the removal of the general fund subsidy. So add it back. Anyway, not continue with the general fund subsidy as proposed in the budget and not have to reserve that amount, therefore reduce, well, that's rough. But I think, does everyone understand what I'm trying to do?
See a few confused faces, so maybe try that again.
The mayor's motion was to, essentially accept the budget as proposed, but remove the general fund subsidy of that we, the provided 936,000-ish. Mine would be to keep that in our budget, so we're only allowing the fund balance to go negative at the 3 million something amount. Sorry, that was a disaster.
Are we clear? I don't want people voting on things if they're not clear, so ask a question if you're not. Ms. Hall.
Just if someone could explain what is going to come out of what pot, that would be helpful. Thank you.
We'll ask staff to do that.
Thank you. And Assemblymember Smith, please jump in if I did not understand your amendment. Essentially what the amendment would do, if passed, would be to accept the proposed budget, which would result in the ending FY26 deficit to be 3.3 million. And it keeps the $930,000 of general fund subsidy in Eagle Crest budget. So it would essentially look exactly like what's in the proposed budget book. The reserve amount, though, because it's going to be deficit, would still be the restricted budget reserve and would be the 3.3 million.
Thank you, Ms. Flick, for the assistance. You captured my intent exactly.
Great, we have a motion. I saw an objection. Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will remove my objection in a moment, but I just want to remind folks that we are talking about a $1.15, I think, million hole in the budget later on in the meeting. And I don't particularly mind if we take it from this or if we take it from general fund, but that's just something to consider as we're voting on this. And with that, I'll remove my objection.
I do not see any objection. Ms. Hughes Candies.
So sorry, is this, we voted on the amendment, correct?
We have
Oh, you're
not,
still on
I'm
the
seeing
amendment.
if anyone has an objection to the amendment.
Nope, sorry.
Mr. Bryson.
I'm not going to speak to my objection, but I will maintain the objection.
All right. Ms. Mayor Weldon, do you want to speak? Or you're just,
No, just, I'm objecting.
Yes,
For the same reason
yes.
Ms. Atkinson did.
okay. So we have a amendment and we have at least one objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to continue providing the general fund subsidy to Eagle Crest, which would require $3,287,400 to be reserved in the restricted budget reserve. Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson,
No.
Assemblymember Steininger,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall,
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson,
Yes.
Mayor Weldon,
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies,
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly,
Yes.
Chair Wall,
Yes.
amendment passes, 7 ayes, 2 nays.
Other amendments. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have adjusted a little bit this starting place motion. I would propose to further adjust it now with an amendment rather than accepting Eagle Crest's full budget request to accept a modified request, which would allow for, and if you're looking at your packet, I'm looking at packet page number 8, and I'm looking at option number 2, which would allow for some additional FTEs, but not all, 40% personnel increase and commodities fleet increase. And I will speak to that very briefly because I think we all kind of have a sense now of where we're coming from. But I think this tries to strike a balance. This still creates a deficit. I think this is far from the last time. We need to work closer with Eagle Crest, and I am sure that we will be setting aside time to address making sure we're on the right track and having a living relationship where we're talking in real time about needs and appropriations and plan, and hopefully getting more data points, which makes people say, are we still on the right track? Do we still have 5 votes that this is the right way? I very much appreciated the problem statement. Do we believe that we should have a municipally run ski resort? I say yes. Do we believe that the gondola is the way forward? I think you all know voted no when we first were met with that. But what I am is still here and still want to see this succeed. And I think that requires looking at things with a close eye, with as much data as we can, not being optimistic, not being pessimistic, but being realistic. Where are we? The world has changed, and talking to our enterprise board. So for all of those reasons, I think that option 2 strikes a balance for tonight because we have to find a way forward. We have a room full of people who thought we'd be on the pending list. And I think that strikes that balance for me and gives them some of what they need and doesn't make a huge hole in the restricted budget reserve. So I'd ask for unanimous consent on that amendment.
I see objections. Mr. Kelly, then Mayor Weldon.
Thank you. I'll object just because I have a couple of questions I don't know yet if I'll maintain. My first question is going to be to Ms. Flick. So with this option 2 that Ms. Hughes Candies has proposed, where I assume this would reduce the deficit that's in the originally proposed budget, and would you be able to tell me where that would leave us?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. With this amendment, the amount that would need to be reserved is $2,986,300. That's 2,986,300.
Thank you. I have another question, but the mayor's ahead of me.
You have an objection, Mayor Weldon. Would you like to speak to your objection?
I may object for purposes of amendment to the amendment. So I have no problem with option 2. However, I think we're hamstringing Eagle Crest by removing their revenue coordinator, which is only a 0.39 FTE. It says at the bottom, limits outreach program and revenue growth, maintains lag and revenue recognition. So they're trying to figure out ways to make more revenue. So why would we hamstring them? So that's my amendment 3A.
Objections, Ms. Atkinson.
For the purposes of a question, because maybe I didn't read this right. I read this as they are not increasing the revenue coordinator from 0.39 to a full FTE. Is that correct? Or are we just getting rid of the revenue coordinator altogether in this option?
Ms. Atkinson, they have a revenue coordinator at 0.39. So with option 2, that stays at 0.39. It does not increase it to full-time.
Okay, I'll remove my objection.
Objections, Ms. Euskandis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I'm the only one objecting, then I sort of know how things are, but part on principle, part of, you know, we had a couple of different options. I said earlier, we try not to get into the weeds of this because it is so dynamic. And that is also why I made reference to having a more living, breathing relationship with Eagle Crest as we go down this path, looking at things in Cal, looking at things in finance. I just think the degree of granularity that I'm going to object on that principle alone because I don't know what the revenue coordinator does. Obviously, we all want them to have revenue, but I'm not going to start picking these apart. So I'll maintain my objection.
I'll speak in support of the objection. I'll speak against the amendment for the same reasons Ms. Euskandis said. Eagle Crest gave us 3 options. Let's stick with those options. All right, we have an amendment to the amendment. I think that's it. Great. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
I'll repeat the original amendment first, and then I will state the amendment to the amendment. There is an amendment on the table to accept Eagle Crest's budget option 2 on packet page 8 instead of accepting the budget as proposed. And then there is an amendment to that amendment to add back the revenue coordinator 0.61 FTE. If this amendment passes, the amount that would need to be reserved of the restricted budget reserve is $3,045,800. Roll call on the amendment to the amendment. Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Euskandis.
No.
Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
No.
Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
No.
The amendment to the amendment passes, 5 ayes, 4 nays.
All right, that brings us back to the original amendment, which had us swapping out option 1 for option 2. Are there objections to this amendment? Mr. Smith?
I object. I feel like we should give them, I mean, it's $300,000. It's not nothing. If they don't fill the positions, if they don't fill the other positions, it, you know, it will reduce the amount that we need to, that, you know, reduce how much they drive their fund balance negative. They asked us for these things. There's things like equipment mechanics. You know, I know that we know that's an issue. There's things like ski patrol supervisors. We know that is an issue. I appreciate the attention. I just say personally, I feel like we should let them, if we're going to give them, if we're going to give them the space to try to do this, we give them the full space they try to do it. So I'll object to the amendment to the motion.
Mayor Weldon.
I object to also the same reasons, Mr. Smith.
I'll speak in support of this amendment. You know, I think we are doing a lot to show our support for Eagle Crest here and put in a lot of resources without a lot of information about where we're going. And I would rather see the impacts slowly over as we get better at this. 40% personnel increase, that's going to make a big difference. I'd like to check in on a year on where we are before approving some more positions. So, Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'll also speak in support. I think especially considering we're allowing Eagle Crest to go into a deficit here. I think that going slower is safer and a smarter move. I think this is quite a bit more support, and in the future, if we do want to give them even more resources, we can do it without forcing them to dig a hole for themselves to do it. So I think I'm going to support this motion. Thank you.
All right, we have an amendment. We have objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll on the amendment?
Thank you, Chair Wall.
Oh, she's going to read the amendment we're voting on.
On the amendment to accept Eagle Crest budget option 2 on packet page 8, instead of accepting the budget as proposed with 0.61 FTE added back for the revenue coordinator position. Assemblymember Hughes Candies.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall.
No.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon.
No.
Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
Yes.
Amendment passes 6 ayes, 3 nays.
All right, that brings us back to the original motion. Do we have any other amendments? Do we have any objections? Mr. Bryson?
I would really like to have a way forward for Eagle Crest. One of the concerns that has been raised as I've been trying to see if there was other options for how Eagle Crest could be run is the concern that ticket prices would go too high for it not to be a local ski area. With the subsidy that we're putting on, it means that for every ticket, $58, $60 ticket, that the CBJ is paying more than that per ticket subsidy. So we're ending up with $100 and something lift tickets. It's just going to be taxed through, if we attach it to our general fund, then that's property tax and sales tax. I fully believe that Eagle Crest is the gem of the community that does need a new chapter written for it. I don't believe that there's enough money in the CBJ government to do that, not do it in a way that does not impact other organizations, other citizen groups that are as needing as the skiing community. So I'm not going to support a almost $400,000 per year subsidy. If you look at the chart, the subsidy has gone up by $500 every year, or $500,000 every year roughly, and we haven't seen any significant change. So the most likely outcome is we're going to have another $500,000 added to their ask next year. When do we stop? How high does their ask have to be before we say the community cannot afford this? We're at 4 million. If that's not enough and you think that we can do it, at some point we have to say CBJ cannot afford to subsidize Eagle Crest every wish to get them back up to snuff. I wish it was the case. I wish we had the money. I just don't think that we do. And as we're nitpicking over the pending list, this is a giant chunk that's 3 times the amount that we're going to spend the rest of the night discussing. I'm going to maintain an objection. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Royston. Ms. Wendell, you will remind us the motion and the final budget numbers that we ended up here if this motion is to pass.
On the motion to accept the Eagle Crest budget option 2 from packet page 8 with 0.61 FTE added back for the revenue coordinator, this option would require $3,045,800 to be reserved of the restricted budget reserve. Mayor Weldon.
I'm sorry, I just wanted that for information for a second. Can I ask a clarifying question? Nope, it's okay. I wasn't super clear. The mayor's original motion included getting rid of the subsidy. I believe that did not pass. Is that correct?
Correct. There was an amendment to continue the subsidy. That amendment passed.
And, okay. It's very confusing. All right, you have got all the information I have. Are there any other objections or anyone else want to speak on this motion? Mayor Weldon.
Apologize, I have to object for the purposes of a question. That does not include the one-time expenditure of $235,000, correct? That's separate.
It does include the $235,000.
Thank you. Glad I asked.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question. I'm on packet page 8. And I know there have been different members of the body asking, okay, if this passed, then what would the subsidy be? Or what would the amount held in reserve be? And I'm confused why it is not the number I'm looking at the center section for option 2. I'm confused why it's not that number that says deficit, $2,462,760. What am I missing?
That's an excellent point, Ms. Hughes Candies. What is missing from that is the deficit that they're going to enter FY26 with, which is roughly $500,000.
Thank you. That helps.
Oh, all right, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. And I guess I was also wondering if Ms. Wendell's number, and actually it'd be great if she could repeat it as well. I didn't quite get it in my notes. But does that include the FTE change?
Through the chair, it does include the FTE change for the revenue coordinator.
And could you repeat the number?
The amount that will be required to be reserved in the restricted budget reserve is $3,045,800.
Thank you.
These decisions may be hard, but Ms. Wendell's always right. So at least we have that. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just make a brief statement. I think you've all heard me sound generally supportive of Eagle Crest tonight, or at least I hope that's how it came across, because I am generally supportive of Eagle Crest. I just hope that, I made mention that the decision to purchase this gondola was contested 5-4. There was another 5-4 vote in there. We had to, it just kept being little like, actually now we got to get a second gondola because it needs parts, and actually now we need to ship it here. The amount of investment that is required up front, I think requires big picture thinking for everybody on this body who is saying, let's not hamstring them. Let's go for this. We're shooting for the moon. We're shooting for the stars. I hope, and I say this truly in my heart with grace for the other members, and I ask that you have grace with me for these comments, because I know these are hard decisions tonight, but that we incorporate the amount of time we've spent on this one and the amount of money that we're considering here in the rest of our decision making. And I don't mean that as necessarily a cautionary, but just if we're putting this money, I hope people are truly committed to the project. And now I will say something that doesn't sound supportive of Eagle Crest, which is at a certain point, there is a sunk cost fallacy. And as we work through this, I will definitely start to bring that up more. And I say that with fear for the capital costs that are coming. So I just wanted to make those final comments, and I'll remove my objection.
I'll be brief and just echo some of Ms. Huskandy's comments that, I'm going to support this motion tonight because I don't know what else we do in this moment. We're not going to, decide that we can't have a ski area next year, but this is not tenable long-term. And I know we've got a long-term goal to get out of it, but I feel like our job is to have more confidence how we're getting there and when we're getting there. And I feel like I've been saying that for 5 years or however long we've been having this conversation. So it's frustrating to be here again, but these are big numbers, big risks, big unknowns, and however staff and Eagle Crest can help us get more confident in the path forward, I'm still looking for that so that we don't have the same conversation each year and someday we're going to run out of money. Mr. Smith.
I would echo your comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion, we have an objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call the roll?
On the motion to accept Eagle Crest budget option 2 on packet page 8 with the 0.61 FTE for the revenue coordinator added back, which would require $3,045,800 to be reserved in the restricted budget reserve. Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Mr. Bryson.
No.
Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes-Scandies.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
Yes.
The motion as amended passes 8 ayes, 1 nay.
Mayor Weldon.
I imagine we're fatigued at this moment, but I have to try it. I move the $226,000 Eagle Crest has asked for their maintenance issues funding source general fund.
Do we have any objections? I'm gonna pass, can I object? Yes. I'm gonna object just because I would love if somebody made a motion to send this to the pending list. I know that we are talking about the pending list in a little bit, but I think there'll be some decisions ahead of it that may inform my decision, but others may be ready to make this decision now. Mr. Bryson.
I'd like to make an amendment to move the 225 $235,000 one-time expense to the pending list. Oh,
Any objections?
226, that is the number I was looking for.
Any objections? All right, we'll deal with that in a little bit here. Yeah,
A point of order, so we just passed Mr. Bryson's amendment. Have we passed the mayor's motion?
oh. um, Yeah, are there any objections to the original motion as amended? No, okay. Any other motions on this topic? Ms. Flick?
On the memo, there is one more decision that we would ask you to make regarding Eagle Crest, and that is their increment of $47,000 of expenditure authority to buy 50th anniversary things.
I believe that because no one made that motion, that is, unless that happens, I think you have your answer. Any other motions? Okay, I'm gonna make one more motion. I'm gonna pass it to Ms. Hughes-Candies.
No? We're so on it. Ms. Wald, you have a motion you'd like to make.
I'd like to direct staff to bring us back the analysis of what it would take to get Eagle Crest staff on the same wage schedule as the city. I think if we're looking at a 40% increase, I imagine that we're getting in the ballpark, and I think it would be make a lot of sense moving forward that we have those employees on the same schedule. So no, we don't have to make any decisions tonight, but I wanted to get that moving.
So you've heard the motion to direct staff to bring us back that analysis. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that is so moved. Let's you back your gavel.
All right, we are going to take a 15-minute break back here at 7:47 for the rest of this night. Assembly Finance Committee back to order. This brings us to FY26 budget risks supplement. We have this as a supplemental materials. I will assume, based on my own life, that most people have not had a chance to really absorb this. So, Ms. Kester, will you give us, or Ms. Flick, whoever will give us a high-level overview of what you've included here?
Thank you, Chair Wall. I just wanted to point out some very real vulnerabilities in the FY26 budget as you enter your decisions on the pending list. There are, just to start at the bottom of the page, there are several unknown risks that, of course, are always in the back of our head: Medicaid funding, recessions, grants for some of our social services that the community values, sales tax, what might happen to that. But there are two very real holes in the FY26 budget that have come into existence since since I submitted the budget, and that is the Secure Rural Schools funding. This is payment in lieu of taxes because of Forest Service property, and U.S. Congress failed to pass that, so the program expired, which results in a $500,000 reduction in FY26 budget. And the Senate Finance Committee has not recapitalized community assistance funding. So if you recall, that that fund is structured in a way that if the legislature doesn't put funding into it every year, it tiers down over time. And so that is a $624,000 reduction in our FY26 budget, the amount that we budgeted for that. So there's a little over $1 million that we're going to have to come up with right now. That's a hole in the budget.
And Mr. Steininger.
On the community assistance piece, $624,000, that's a total community assistance we receive at the normal $30 million statewide distribution. Is that correct?
From what I understand, my phone a friend is putting away our dinner. From what I understand, the reduction to CBJ is $700,000, and we budget $624,000. So so from my understanding, Angie, I'm going to need your help on this one. Okay. So Mr. Steininger's question was, is the $624,000 the entirety of our community assistance funding?
Through the chair, our FY25 community assistance payment was $755,000. In February, we received a letter from the state stating that our FY26 award would be $624,000. That is what we budgeted in the FY26 budget. If we are anticipating a $700,000 reduction, I can only assume, if the reduction is from FY25, that we are going to see close to zero in the FY26 budget. And I believe that the letter that was sent, that was distributed to communities in February, was prior to the legislature's action to not recapitalize the fund.
Do you have a follow-up, Mr. Steininger?
I guess I have a follow-up, and maybe there's sidebar conversation. My understanding of what's going on with Community Assistance Fund, they aren't recapitalizing it, but the way the distribution works, it's a third of the 70 million currently sitting in the fund. I think it's 70 million currently sitting in the fund. I have to double check, but a third of that will go out. So we won't lose the entire distribution. It's a proportion of the distribution, is my understanding. But I guess that's why I'm curious. Have they sent us something that kind of contradicts that?
Mr. Steininger, we have not received something specific from the state. What we have heard is through AML, that our reduction was going to be about $700,000 with the conversations that they've been having. And so that's That's why we think it's going to be close to zero, maybe not zero, but we don't have an exact amount.
Ms. Hughes Candies, and I have Mr. Smith and Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is about the Secure Rural Schools funding. I don't know, this was supplementary material, so this seems up to date, but I also received today from the National Association of Counties seemingly good news. That was one of their highlights, that Secure Rural Schools was being reauthorized through 2027 was one of the only highlights. So is it just, hey, we're not there yet, or did I grossly misunderstand what I read today and I thought it was good? I mean, I know we haven't gone all the way through the fat lady hasn't sang in the federal process, but.
Yeah, so actually I see the email that you received from the National Association of Counties as well. We have only received the 27,000 for FY25.
Okay.
And so that makes us less hopeful for 26. But as you've just clearly stated, it is an ever changing set of expectations.
So that one potentially could be hopeful, but we won't know until we actually have money in the bank. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was gonna ask if there was any good news in the upcoming budget, things that aren't captured here, like grants to refund, that we could pay back the restricted budget reserve, but I fear the answer may be short and that I already know what it is.
Mr. Smith, the only thing that I can tell you is we have just completed looking at our investment returns for the first quarter of calendar year 26, or sorry, calendar year 25, whatever year we're in right now. And they were not nearly as abysmal as we expected. So they aren't fantastic, but it was better than zero.
Maybe as good as we can expect at this point. Thank you.
Other questions? All right, we will move on to pending list for action. I am going to let you all know that it had been our intent to list these similarly as we have in the past, which is our top group, our internal CBJ funding requests, at the bottom our community grants, but in order of magnitude. So with the largest asks first. So it's a mistake not to list those that way. I'm gonna do my best to have our action move from highest item to lowest. So I'm going to try to keep track and let you know where we are in this list. But the intent there is we make the bigger decisions first and move down the line. We will still do the CBJ stuff first, all the stuff in the top group, and then move into the community grant request.
Ms. Will,
Yes, go ahead.
would it be helpful if Ms. Wendell shared the list above? For instance, she added the Eagle Crest CIP to it. That wouldn't necessarily be on your print.
Yes, I think it is nice when I can see Mr. Smith's hand. So that would be my only hesitation. But if people, we may need to project it at some point. And what I'd ask maybe Ms. Wendell, if you can help me try to keep track of the order that we're in. I'm making some notes, but I might mess up. So if you see a bigger one that I've missed, just speak up. Mr. Smith, I see your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I was just wondering if, I know in times past, we've almost, as we've adopted things, we'll actually see, I guess we see what the starting general fund balance, unrestricted fund balance is, and then as we take action, it like kind of updates. I didn't know if if we are gonna have that capability tonight, or
Yeah.
just some ticker or something. I could do
We
math.
do, and so maybe it would be helpful for Ms. Wendell to show us where we're at to begin with, and we can pull it up periodically or the whole time, whatever you all want as it gets updated. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for remembering to bring that up.
This is on the very last page of your supplemental packet. So I think it's, I don't know. About page 46. And on page 46, if you look in the area, kind of the last big section there. So after FY26 projected ending balance, proposed budget, the first item there is library restore funding. So you'll see all of the decisions that were made last week. If they are recurring in nature, you will see off to the far right-hand side the equivalent mill rate. Because there was no direction on increase the mill rate or take from fund balance, right now they're showing that all those decisions were taking from fund balance. But because we haven't set the mill rate yet. So if that is part of the direction tonight, we'll move those around as necessary, impacting the fund balance.
Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't see the $1 million that we set aside for Telephone Hill. Although we were planning on, once we sold it, to put the money back, so maybe we weren't counting it for that reason.
It is not on this list because it hasn't been introduced to the assembly yet. So only things that have been introduced to the assembly, we would show in a pending status. And I believe you have a very large agenda on Monday that will have several things on it.
Can you maybe remind me what those are, if there are big ticket items that affect this, that will affect our general fund balance? And you can get back to us on that if that's a hard ask.
From a general fund balance perspective, it's just the Telephone Hill ordinance.
What about the Marie Drake planning? Is that in an existing CIP or was that also on this list?
That is up for public hearing, and that's 150,000.
That is not reflected in this budget, but if passed, would reduce our general fund.
Correct. I'll go ahead and scan the tentative agenda while you guys are debating and get back with anything else.
Other questions before we jump in? Okay. So for what I'm going to have for process here, what I'm going to do is for the CBJ asks or pending list items, the stuff in the kind of top bucket, I'm going to have the mayor kind of just start us out with the motions. And then when we get to community requests, I'll ask the sponsors to be the motion makers just for a orderly way to do this. So we will start with what is on your list as number 5, which is the restricted budget reserve contribution. Mayor Weldon, will you get us started with a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move, excuse me, 3.3 million from tenant improvements to the restricted budget reserve.
Do we have any objections to that motion? Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I applaud Ms. Atkinson for bringing that forward. I too am looking for ways to fill the restricted budget reserve. These funds were initially taken out of the potential for tentative improvements for moving to the City Hall to the Burns Building. I would like to at least keep some of those funds alive, and so I would move to amend the mayor's motion to reduce that from 3.3 million to basically cut it in half.
Ms. Atkinson.
I'm going to object to that. Earlier tonight, we just put a hold on the restricted budget reserve for a little over $3 million. So in my mind, this is only breaking even on the budget reserve, especially for the near term, which is where I think we may experience some emergent need for funds. So if anything, I would go the opposite direction and look later tonight at increasing our contribution to the restricted budget reserve, and so I will oppose this.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you. And thanks to Ms. Atkinson. I share a lot of the sentiment. I don't know that we could fix the restricted budget reserve in one budget cycle, but if we can do 3.3, we'll have done a really good job of moving in the right direction. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to maintain an objection against the amendment. Thank you.
Mayor Weldon.
I'll object also. It's probably already been stated. We just spent $3 million out of that fund, and we talked about this was coming up. So times changed from 5 minutes ago when we're doing this. So I would keep the 3.3 million.
Mr. Smith, then Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just object. I actually understand your process and it makes sense to me. This one actually seems like I may make another motion depending on how much we spend in one-time funds or from the unrestricted general fund throughout this next process. But at this time, I'm fine to leave it at this. But if we spend, millions of dollars or whatever, like maybe we'll look at the balance between these two funds and decide this is too much. So, but I'll object at this time. Thanks.
Mr. Kelly. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kelly. I had Ms. Hughes Candies on my list first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think possibly my speaking may affect what Mr. Kelly was going to say. I'm going to speak in support of this motion. It's funny, the phrasing to me, because there is a real deliberate choice to put a hole in that particular fund. So I'm not very compelled to patch a hole that people just voted affirmatively to create. Again, to a certain extent, shell game, not shell game, these funds, you can move them between the two. The one, by budget culture and by assembly culture, we try to lock up. There are no actual, shackles on it. So at this moment, having this, I understand the process we'll be using tonight to make this big of a decision at the front of it without seeing what else everyone does. I can't support that, locking those funds up. And so at the very least, I'm going to try to reduce what that amount is. And I also understand that people want to see more money go into there. So right now, I think it's a fair choice to say, let's put half in and then let's see where we get to by the end of the pending list. So I'll support it.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Hughes Candies was right. That was affecting my next motion.
Don't count your votes until you've counted your votes, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess on that, even if we make this motion now and then go through the list, would it be in order for me to reduce that amount later or not?
I believe the assembly can do whatever they want, whenever
Okay.
they want.
Great.
I get to choose.
I always forget that. I need to remember that.
I'll maybe get a head nod from staff, but we could reduce this later in the night. Correct.
Thank you.
We're in a committee meeting. Oh, go ahead.
We might need an Addies to discuss that question.
That'll be important, so let's take a Eddie's. We have been advised by the attorney that we can't, once we've made a decision in an evening, we can't, during a meeting, we can't go back to that decision later. So, unless we reconsider. And so I think we could suspend the rules when we got to the end of this list and consider a change. Or we could, I think if we ask for reconsideration, that holds it till later potentially. Yeah, right. Mr. Smith.
Madam Chair, just an idea. Maybe we could just take up this item at the end or roll it to the bottom or whatever. Just can we do that?
How about you make an official amendment? Because I think some people might want to take it up now. So would you make that amendment? We'll see. What
Sure. I would move that we take up the motion to the restricted budget reserve pending list item at the end of the pending list.
As an amendment to the mayor's motion, Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I understand this is a big ticket item, and if we're not able to reconsider it, which I feel like if we take a separate motion and don't modify the number, the amount we put in the budget reserve for this particular motion, it wouldn't be reconsideration, but I don't want to argue with our lawyer, I guess. But at some point, we need to be making decisions, and I think just putting off all these decisions will end up being tough in some way or another. There's going to be very few easy decisions, and so I'm not really game to just move things around whenever we're like, oh, that's a toughie. So I'll object to that amendment.
All right, we have an amendment, Mr. Smith. Oh,
I'll just speak to my motion. We
please.
can still do it, but I mean, I just worry that, I mean, we could potentially putting this money in there and then who knows what happens. There could be these motions, there could be others that people don't even have listed yet. And then what if we look at our general fund balance and realize it's imbalanced versus what's in the restricted budget reserve. So I'm not trying to push off a hard decision. I'm just trying to not lock us into one before we've made another 15. So that's why I'm moving the motion. Thanks.
Mr. Kelly, and then Mr. Bryson.
Thank you. I guess I kind of speak to parliamentary inquiry on a couple procedural items. So I don't quite understand that Mr. Smith's motion is an amendment necessarily. It's more like a move to postpone. So we just like reconsider the motion or the mayor's motion at the end. And then since we are discussing an amendment to that motion, I guess I'm also asking if Mr. Smith's motion were to pass, when we brought this back up, we basically be bringing this back up with my amendment still on the table. I'm seeing nods. I'll take that as a yes.
Did you get your question answered, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, the mayor was nodding her head affirmatively,
Right.
so my question is answered. Thank you.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to have to object to Mr. Smith. No, I'm just going to maintain my objection. Thank you for.
I'll also object and just say, there's no perfect way to do this. It takes some. I think we should be able to take this up at the end of this meeting if people want to make changes, and I'd be happy to be a vote in affirmative of suspending our rules to make sure that we get to a satisfactory place at the end of this budget. So I'll object to just move forward, knowing that if people want to come back to us, we can get there. We do not need to let Robert's rules get in our way because we can always suspend them. Mayor Weldon.
Object also, I don't need to speak to it.
All right, we have a amendment and we have an objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to consider the restricted budget reserve contribution at the end of the pending list. Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson,
No.
Assemblymember Kelly,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall,
No.
Mayor Walden. Assemblymember Hughes Candies,
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson,
No.
Assemblymember Steininger,
No.
Chair Wall.
No.
Amendment fails, 3 ayes, 6 nays.
So that brings us back to the original amendment, which was to change the amount from 3.3 to half of that. I believe we had some objections. Mr. Smith.
Objecting for a question. So if we vote to make this change and cut it in half, then we'll have to suspend the rules if we somehow want to increase it later after we've gone through the other pending items. Is that right?
I think there's some debate about that, but that is my understanding of what the attorney told us.
Okay.
All right.
I
so
remove my objection.
we have, I believe we have objection to the original motion, or sorry, the original amendment. So Ms. Wendell, will you remind us what we're voting on and then we can vote?
Thank you, Chair Wall. We have an amendment on the table to reduce the $3.3 million contribution to $1.65 million. Assemblymember Kelly,
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
No.
Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Walden,
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies,
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger,
No.
Assemblymember Hall,
No.
Assemblymember Bryson,
No.
Chair Wall.
No.
Amendment fails, 3 ayes, 6 nays.
This brings us back to the original motion to put $3.3 million into the restricted budget reserve. I see some objections. Let's only speak if we have objections. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just speak briefly to my objection, and I would just add additional context. I know there are numerous things we could think to allocate these $3.3 million to. I just want to make the point that we unallocated these funds from the City Hall tenant improvements, and we all have our own thoughts and knowledge of what we would do if the city manager came back to us and made a strong choice or made a strong plea for why these funds were needed in order to move into the Burns building, which is the direction that we have given staff and to which they're dedicating staff time. And I would just say, if you think that you would say yes to the manager and provide funding for those tenant improvements, then I would advise a no vote against putting these in the restricted budget reserve, because you're going to have to come up with that funding at that time, whether it's a full 3.3 million you're willing to grant or not. But that would be another reason to vote no on this, and I will be voting no.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is pertinent. I just reached out to the city attorney regarding the parliamentary quaggle we found ourselves in. If we make a new motion that is not modifying this motion, if we were to say I would take 500,000 from the restricted budget reserve later in the night, that's not reconsideration and does not require a suspension of the rules. So I just wanted that out there.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. Super helpful. So we may revisit this topic, but for the moment, we are voting on 3.3 restricted budget reserve. I'm going to speak in favor of this. if you all recall, we were in quite a bind last October trying to find $2 million to help out with flood. We took it from the restricted budget reserve. We had nowhere else to take it from. Since then, we did quite well on our investments, and so I have always wanted to make sure we at least pay that back. And now we have a lot of other challenges in front of us, including some decisions we just made about Eagle Crest. So I'll support this amount for sure. No other Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. I think I feel much the same way that Ms. Hughes-Gandius did. I think she actually said it more eloquently than I could probably do it. I just feel like it's the responsible thing to do that if we are going to be, I think it would be irresponsible to completely get rid of this money and say that we don't need it and that we're not going to. I basically see it as kind of reshuffling. Like we have this money set aside for these tenant improvements. We've taken that away, and now we're kind of taking away any sort of flexibility. Like the money's going to have to come from somewhere else later if we do send this back to the reserve. I'd be willing to look at other options to replenish the reserve. I'm not ready to completely take away this funding source if we end up needing it to help to move into a more efficient style of business in the Burns building. So I will be voting against the full 3.3 million.
Ms. Atkinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if people wanted to save this 3.3 million for tenant improvements, then the vote to vote against that was to take it out of the CIP. We did take it out of CIP, and I understand that we're facing down the barrel of a lot of decisions tonight and limited fund balance and very uncertain times ahead. And so I take a little objection with the idea of reshuffling. I think that we do have a pretty good culture around our restricted budget reserve, and I definitely could see us needing it in the near future, which is, I think, on everyone's minds. We already have taken 2 million from flood. We are already below what we should be, supposedly, but we are too low for my taste regardless. I frankly, especially with the decision made about Eagle Crest, and I don't think 3.3 million is enough, but you know, I really think we are putting this aside for being fiscally responsible and thinking about potential emergent needs in the future. So it's not really reshuffling, it is putting it away in case we need it. So with that, I really urge support.
All right, with that, we will have a vote. Ms. Wendell?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the motion to approve a $3.3 million contribution to the restricted budget reserve, Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes-Gandius.
No.
Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
Yes.
Motion passes 7 ayes, 2 nays.
All right, the next item I have would be number 4 on your list, Donsa Kahini Playground Project Site Preparation. Mayor Weldon, will you start? Oops, sorry, I did that wrong. Item 3 on your list. Clinton Haida Childcare Tenant Improvements. Mayor Weldon, will you start us off with a motion?
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to do a modified motion from this one. I would move that we offer a grant of $500,000 for tenant, I guess, improvements, and increase the lease rate to cover the other $500,000 for the term of the lease.
Any objections to that motion? Ms. Atkinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see where the mayor is coming from on this and trying to split the difference, but childcare is one of the priorities of this assembly, and Clinton Haida has a really great proposal for doing that, and I think that giving them, in this case, $1 million investment into a great need for our city is pertinent. And I don't really want to split any hairs on it. I think that a full investment makes the most sense.
Mr. Bryson?
Can I ask a question of the maker of the motion? Mayor Wilden, it sounded like you said that we would give them a $500,000 grant and then adjust the lease to make up the other 500. Did you mean reduce the lease over the time period to accommodate?
So we are giving them the full $1 million. $500 would come from a grant, and the other 500 would be an increase in their lease for the term of their lease to come up with the other 500,000. So it still would be $1 million total. I'm just changing the funding sources.
Thank you for answering my question.
Ms. Hughes Candies?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just be supporting this motion. I think it's going to be a great use of a vacant space, and I'm very happy to have Clinton Haida in there, moving their existing childcare capacity into a new building, not creating new, but hopefully that leads to creating new capacity. But at this point is, I think, just going to be moving it into this space. The only reason I would be not doing the full $1 million is just due to other budgetary pressures, but I'm happy to have them in this space.
Mr. Kelly?
I think I would be a little bit confused as to how this would work, because when we discussed this in committee, it could have been an option to just fund the entire thing by raising the lease rate. But that basically, my understanding there is that we're basically going out to procurement to do these changes ourselves, which ends up slowing down the project and possibly not allowing them to get in on their time frame, not allowing them to get in there sooner. So I'm just posing this question to staff. What would be the impact of the mayor's motion? Would we end up having to go out to procurement? Would this potentially slow down the timeline as to when Clinton Haida could start providing services?
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. In no circumstance would we do the project. Clinton Haida would do the project. Under the mayor's motion, the only thing that would change is the amount of money, or is the way that the project would be funded. So we would upfront the whole $1 million. $500,000 of that would be a grant under the mayor's motion. The other half of that would be paid back over the course of the 5-year lease in the form of a higher lease rate. Does that answer your question?
It does, and it assuages my concerns, so I'll remove my objection.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just wanted, objecting for the purpose of a question, just to confirm that under current plans, it's not actually expanding childcare based on Clinton Haida's current capacity. It's just moving it to this facility.
Staff, do you have an answer to that question?
Mr. Smith, I don't have a precise answer to that question. I believe there is something of an expansion with Clinton Haida in this space versus the space that they are currently in. What I don't know is how much of that expansion is allocated to childcare, as I think you're referring to it, which would be 0 to 5 childcare, although you can correct me if that's not how you're referring to it. They are also planning on school-aged care in that space, and I don't have a specific breakdown of numbers differentiating between those two off the top of my head.
Very good, thank you. Madam Chair, just a comment, and hopefully by me speaking now, I'll save some time for the rest of the night. We have a lot of requests for funds throughout. We've seen the risk to the budget. There's risks to revenue. Clinton, all of these organizations listed here are great partners. We're fortunate to have them. I'm supporting of them, but we are really needing to protect the funds of the city and borough of Juneau for the needs that we need to provide to our citizens. So I'm going to support the mayor's motion here, and I'll probably be quite conservative on others throughout, but I may not need to speak every time because I'm saying that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yes, I think we can all take a page from you here in that these are going to be hard decisions. These are lots of good uses of funding, and we might have to make some hard ones. And we want to get out here on a reasonable hour, and we have talked about many of these many times. So just asking everyone to, of course, we are going to debate these. Of course, we're going to have things to say, but please be judicious as per our agreement on your questions and in your statements. With that, Ms. Wendell, will you call roll? I think we have a motion and an objection.
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the motion to approve $1 million for Clincut High to childcare tenant improvements, $500,000 of which would be a grant and $500,000 would be repaid via an increase to the lease rate for the term of the lease. Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
No.
Motion passes 7 ayes, 2 nays.
All right, now that brings us to number 4. On your list, Donza-Kahini Playground Project Site Preparation. Mayor Weldon, will you start us off with a motion?
Might not be the motion you want, but I'll start us off with a motion. And someone can certainly amend it. I would move to postpone. I would move to keep this, the Zontakini Playground Project for $735,000 on the pending list until we can decide on a bond ordinance for the school district.
Heard a motion. Mr. Smith.
Just for objecting for a question. How quickly would construction begin should this be on the bond in the fall and be approved by the voters?
Madam Manager.
In order for construction begin next season, we would need some general fund design funding because right now we have only done feasibility level of design. So if you were not to do any design, we were probably 2 seasons out.
Do you maintain your objection, Mr. Smith?
No.
Ms. Hughes Scandies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will object. I'm ready to move this now, and I'll just remind us we can unallocate should a bond come. I feel like even stronger now knowing that would bump it 2 seasons out. So I'm ready to support this motion tonight.
All right, Ms. Wendell, we have a motion and Mr. Smith.
Sorry, just on that point from Ms. Hughes-Scandies, a question. If we allocate it now and then we put this on the bond, as in the bond question, we could recover some of those funds. I guess I'm just want to confirm that flow around there because I'm actually okay with that.
Ms. Flake.
I think it becomes a question for our bond legal. I know that there are parameters under which you can go backwards in time from your bond issuance to recover costs. And we would have to just work with them to see if it's how we construct the language or what the rules are. I don't know that off the top of my head.
All right, we have Ms. Hall.
I'm going to object to this motion. They've already waited 1 year and have agreed to do the actual playground equipment piece of it through going out to donors and what have you, or partner organizations. I'm not comfortable waiting to see what the voters would think of this on a bond package. I think replacing roofs and boilers would be much more apt to pass if we were to have a bond. And, you know, we've got grade school age children there, plus we have the neighborhood, low-income neighborhoods. So I would be in favor of going back to the original ask and approving that. But, so I'm objecting to this motion.
Mr. Kelly, then Mr. Steininger, then Ms. Atkinson.
Yeah, I think Ms. Hall made a lot of the same points that I would make. Yeah, the kids are out there playing just kind of in a really unsecured, unstructured area at the moment. I'm uncomfortable keeping them in that situation any longer than we have to. So I would like to see this item funded as soon as we can and get this project rolling.
Mr. Steininger.
I'm going to support, or I'm going to speak in support of the mayor's motion. I think that the discussion of funding for this project is best done in the context of the overall prioritization list of capital needs that the district is giving us as part of that bond discussion. And I think the way that we're allocating money for school maintenance and school projects probably belongs in one conversation where we look at this project against other, you know, fairly serious capital needs of the district. And I think that the mayor's motion would work towards that end to make sure that this is a more holistic conversation about how we spend money on capital improvement for the school district.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also going to speak in support of this motion. I have a hard time supporting this project without bond funding, and for the fiscal realities we've talked about tonight are the main reason for that. So I'll be in support.
Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the motion to keep the Santacahini Playground project for $735,000 on the pending list until a decision is made on a bond ordinance for the school district. Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
No.
Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall.
No.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly.
No.
Chair Wall.
No.
Motion passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
All right, that brings us to item number 2 on the pending list. I believe because this was a manager's proposed increment, the manager has a suggested change for us.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I would recommend a motion to withdraw this increment request. I've, you know, when faced with the question of other CIP projects to deappropriate, the Streets Department really would like to try to see if we can get it done without additional equipment this year. It may mean accelerating some of our other fleet on our fleet replacement schedule, but I think that gives us a year to kind of figure it out and bring this back to you next year if we do indeed need additional equipment.
Madam Mayor, will you make a motion to that effect and to take it off the pending list? Would be probably enough for us right now.
Perfect. I like that motion. I would move to remove the $423,000 for the greater equipment purchase off the pending list.
Any objections? Seeing none, that is so moved. We have one more item that's not listed here, but that we added tonight associated with CBJ funding. That is $226,000. That is additional CIP funding, not in the original Eagle Crest budget. So maybe Mayor Weldon, you can make us that motion real quick.
Certainly, I would move $226,000 for additional maintenance costs by the request of Eagle Crest from general fund.
Any
Do I have
objections?
enough,
Oh,
Adrian, or excuse me, Mr. Wendell, do I have enough there for you?
Any objections? I'll object, but I'm the only one, so I will not object, so we can keep rolling. I philosophically object.
Madam Chair, could we have a 2-minute at ease?
Yes.
I see you in the back.
Yes. Okay, we are coming back here and we're going to move into the community grant request portion. We will be starting with the highest ticket item on the list, which is number 12 on your list, Juneau Community Foundation Social Service Grant Increase. Ms. Hall, as the sponsor, would you mind making our first motion for us to get started?
Thank you, Chair. I move that we take 500,000 for the social services grant increase from the pending list and place it in the general fund. Did I do that right?
Into the budget from the general fund.
Into the budget from the general fund.
Mr. Smith, I see your hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question, or objecting for a question. Is that a one-time movement or is that a recurring one?
That would be a recurring.
Mayor Weldon.
I'm gonna have to object to that. I might have done it if there was a one-time. So actually, I'll make that amendment to make it just a one-time.
Thank you. We've got an amendment. I'll speak in support of this amendment only because, I mean, obviously this is a considerable need. And I don't doubt that we should be thinking about it recurring. But making it a one-time expense for me allows us to utilize the funding that came back to us from the hospital I believe to the tune of $500,000 this year. We do not know how long we will be getting that money back from the hospital, hopefully the next 3 years. And so I'd say we consider it used for that purpose and see the state of the world and the state of our budget in a year from now. I spoke in support before there was an objection. Are there any objections to the amendment? Mr. Kelly?
I'll object and I'll exercise brevity.
All right, we have a motion with an amendment and an objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll on the amendment?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to make the $500,000 social service grant increase one time instead of recurring, Mayor Weldon,
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly,
No.
Assemblymember Atkinson,
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson,
No.
Assemblymember Hall,
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Standies,
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger,
Yes.
Chair Wall.
Yes.
Amendment passes 6 ayes, 3 nays.
Brings us back to the original motion as amended. Do we have objections? Ms. Hughes Candies?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will object for the purposes of making an amendment. I would move to amend the amount of this one-time funding to $250,000. I think this is a very worthy cause, and I think it's, I am amending it due to budgetary pressures, but I am also because I would like to take this particular line item and examine it in finance outside of the budget cycle. So I feel comfortable giving a $250,000 increase for this year, but I think we should just examine it as we start to climb up into the millions and make sure this mechanism still works for staff and still works for the body, and that we feel good that this is the most efficient way to fund our social services, which I think are important and needed. So that would be my amendment.
Objections? Ms. Atkinson?
I'll object. I don't need to speak to it.
Any other comments? Mayor Weldon?
Thank you. I'll speak in support of this amendment. It's a worthy cause, I know, but just with the pressure on our fund balance, and I also agree with Ms. Hughes Candies, we need to look at our social services a little bit differently and see if they're serving all our needs.
All right, we have a amendment to the original motion. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to reduce the amount of one-time funding of $500,000 for social service grants to $250,000. Assemblymember Hughes Standies,
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson,
No.
Assemblymember Bryson,
Yes.
Mayor Weldon,
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall,
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith,
No.
Assemblymember Kelly,
No.
Chair Wall.
No.
Amendment passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
That brings us back to the original motion as amended. Any objections to the motion? Seeing none, that is so moved. Maybe because we just went through quite a few number of items, maybe this is a good moment for Ms. Wendell, if you could show us where, how our changes so far have impacted our fund balance, if that's, and we can, if you need a moment, we can go for one more.
Oh, Madam Chair, if we could just take a 1 minute at ease.
Go ahead. Wendell, if you wouldn't mind sharing a screen, maybe verbally sharing, reminding us quickly the decisions and what the impact on our available fund balance is.
So on the rows that are highlighted, your actions tonight, while you don't actually reduce your restricted budget reserve, we're gonna pull that $3,045,800 out for Eagle Crest, so it doesn't appear that you can spend it, but it's in the background. So you'll see that reduction. You'll see the $3.3 million contribution to the restricted budget reserve, which reduces your unrestricted general fund and increases the restricted budget reserve, and that'll bring your restricted budget reserve to $16,000,008. The $1 million to Clinton and Haida, which half of that is a grant, half of it will be paid, but we'll need that $1 million up front. So the full million reduces out of your fund balance. The Eagle Crest capital request infusion of 226 and the social service grant increase one time of 250,000 leaves you with a projected FY26 fund balance unrestricted 13,377,226.
Thank you, Ms. Flick and Ms. Wendell. All right, that brings us to, I believe our next item is number 6 on your list, AUIC, Juneau Child Care Apprenticeship Program. Mr. Kelly, will you make us a motion to get us started?
Thank you. I move that we insert $250,000 off of the pending list into the budget from the general fund as one-time funding and ask for unanimous consent.
Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm objecting for purposes of a question. Mr. Barr, is any lesser amount than 250 doable, or do they need all 250,000 to get there?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Weldon. I would have to check with AUIC to get a definitive answer for you on that. My best guess is that most of this money is well, no, I don't have a good answer for you. Sorry.
Thank you. I'll maintain my objection.
We have a motion, we have an objection. Any other comments? Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
On the motion to approve $250,000 of general funds as one-time funding for AUIC's Juneau Child Care Apprenticeship Program. Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon.
No.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
No.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Standies.
No.
Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Assemblymember Seininger.
No.
Chair Wall.
No.
Motion fails 1A, 8 nays.
That brings us to Juneau Arts and Humanities Council, major grants and inflationary increase. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we take the JAC funding for major grants and inflationary increase amount of $182,263 and move it from the pending list to the budget. Ask for unanimous consent.
Any objections? Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. He didn't say if it was recurring or one time.
Mr. Bryson.
I'm sorry that I didn't mention it. I read it here as recurring.
Yes, thanks for that clarity. Staff, do you have what you need? Yeah, all right. Mayor Weldon, sorry, did you have an additional?
Nope, I'm rejecting for purpose of amendment.
Okay.
My amendment would be one time.
You're taking that same amount and making it one time? Yes. Do we have objection, Mr. Bryson?
Yeah, we heard last year, and I think even at the beginning of this budget cycle, on how important this was to the arts community. We want to be the art capital of the Pacific Northwest. We have to make those investments. I would like to keep this recurring because we have heard from the artist community how impactful this is for them to be doing this re-granting. Thank you for the time, ma'am.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are currently on the amendment to make it one time. Okay, I will speak in support of that. I think generally, I think when somebody is an internal partner, they're not internal, but someone is a partner of the city in delivering certain content, it's good to make decisions that are ongoing and then just figure out what that right level is. But I would prefer to see if this passes at be one time because I think there's a lot of spinning wheels in the levels of government above us, and I would not feel comfortable committing to ongoing funds. Thank you.
I will.
Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Bryson.
I could remove my objection. I'm going to remove my objection.
All right, so we have a amendment to make this one time. I'll object just because for the reasons Ms. Hughes Candies spoke to, which is I feel like I'm not really. This is I'm hoping we will reduce this amount if it is kept as recurring, but I think it makes more sense to provide some certainty to this organization. So I'll keep it recurring with hopes that we then reduce it. All right, we have a motion and we have an objection. Sorry, we have an amendment and we have an objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to make the Juneau Arts and Humanities Council major grants and inflationary increase request of $182,263 one time instead of recurring. Mayor Walden.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson. Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
No.
Amendment passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Reading the dais and hearing requests to potentially lower this amount, I have an amendment. And I would amend we lower the amount from $182,263 to $151,000, which is just the re-granting, which is what we funded last year. That is the money that passes through Juneau Arts and Humanities Council to other arts organizations. And ask for unanimous consent.
Objections. Mayor Weldon.
I appreciate Ms. Atkinson's amendment, but I don't think it's low enough.
Other comments? All right, we have a, Mr. Steininger, sorry.
Just objecting for the purpose of hopefully a quick question. Can you just remind us the difference that you're taking out? What is it taking out? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steininger. I am going to speak very, I'm wrong. I believe there's $7,000 in the original request for grants and rental support, which is an inflationary increase, and then a $60,000 operations for the Juneau Arts and Humanities Council increase. So this would be taking out that $67,000, leaving only the amount they passed through. Which, if I'm wrong, we'll get corrected after.
All right, we have an amendment. Oh, staff, or Ms. Wendell.
Can we please receive clarification regarding the amount? My understanding is that the amendment was to change the amount from $182,263 to $151,000. As one.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Say the number one more time.
151,000 is the current amount. I have not checked the math. I'm looking at an old email, please. I'm moving on the fly here.
Thank you.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll object just briefly to say I could support an amendment to reduce it to the inflationary ask, because Jack helpfully provided different tiers of requests that would work for them. So I'm going to object to this because it's a higher number than I care to see. Thank you.
All right, we have an amendment and we have objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to change the amount from 182,263 to 151,000. Assemblymember Atkinson,
Yes.
Mayor Weldon, Assemblymember Kelly,
No.
Assemblymember Smith,
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies,
No.
Assemblymember Steininger,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall,
Nope.
Assemblymember Bryson,
Yes.
Chair Wall.
Yes.
The amendment fails, 4 ayes, 5 nays.
Brings us back to the original motion as amended. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would propose an amendment. If 4% annual inflationary increase incorporated into this one-time funding would be an increase of $8,080 from the annual funding in the manager's budget. So I would make that amendment from general fund.
Ms. Atkinson.
Since there doesn't seem to be will in the body for a increase to regranting, which would be the thing that gets arts programs in Juneau more money, then I think some money for the Jack is better than nothing, and so I'll support this.
All right, we have an amendment and we have a objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Could I get it restated, please?
Yes, please restate where we're at.
We have an amendment to reduce the one-time amount from 182,263 to $80,008.
80,
80.
which is a 4% increase from the manager's budget. Sorry, 8,880. So $8,080, representing a 4% inflationary increase to the organization itself. As one time.
Thank you. I'm going to repeat the amendment as I understand it. The amendment to reduce the one-time amount from 182,263 to $8,080, representing a 4% inflationary increase over the manager's proposed budget. Assemblymember Hughes Scandies,
Yes.
Mayor Weldon,
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly,
No.
Assemblymember Hall,
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson,
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson,
No.
Assemblymember Steininger,
No.
Chair Wall.
No.
Amendment passes, 5 ayes, 4 nays.
Great, that brings us back to the original motion as amended. Mr. Steininger.
Quick question, did I hear correctly that now the $8,000 increase is one time?
That was amending it was already a one-time amount, so then I was just amending the number itself. There was a higher tier that was a ongoing inflationary increase, but we had already voted to make it one time, so I decided not to play with that since we have parliamentarians in the House.
Mr. Steininger.
Then I think I'd like to make an amendment to make that a recurring funding since it's a modest. No, I can't. Even because the funding's changed dramatically? Yeah.
Let's take it at ease, because I don't think you can, because we've already voted on it.
Come right back in here. Um, okay, I thought I knew where we were. We are on item number 15 on your list, Southeast Alaska Food Bank, strengthening food security through program
Chair
expansion.
Wall,
Yes.
I don't believe that we've actually voted.
Oh,
on the original
thank you,
motion.
thank you. All right, so we're back to the original motion. Are there any objections to the motion? Seeing none, that's so moved. That brings us to item number 15, Southeast Alaska Food Bank, strengthening food security through program expansion and collaboration. Mr. Bryson or Ms. Atkinson, either of you. Mr. Bryson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Assembly move the 150,000 for the Southeast Food Bank from the pending list to the budget, and I ask for unanimous consent. Recurring, sorry.
Any objections? Mayor Weldon.
Yes, just like all the other ones, good cause, but I'm gonna have to make an amendment. So I would move that the amount be changed from 150,000 to 75,000.
Any objections to the amendment? Mr. Kelly, will you speak? Do you want to speak to your amendment?
No,
Or
thank
your
you.
objection? I'll also object and just say no change to this will make up for the fact that this is, in my mind, well out of process. We should be sending this through JCF and let them decide the amount that they would like to fund. So I'll object to the amendment. Ms. Wendell, we have a amendment and an objection. Objections, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to change the amount for Southeast Alaska Food Bank from 150,000 to 75,000 as recurring funding. Mayor Walden,
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly,
No.
Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger,
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall,
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson,
No.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies,
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson,
Yes.
Chair Wall. Amendment passes, 6 ayes, 3 nays.
Brings us back to the original motion as amended. Objections, Ms. Hughes Candies and Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will object for the reasons that you just noted in your previous comments. I think we have process with the Juneau Community Foundation, and in respect for that process, I would say that we need to send this through that instead and let them decide. So I will object.
Mr. Smith?
No need to speak. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Mayor Weldon?
Thank you. I'd object for purposes of amendment and to make it a one-time instead of recurring.
We have a amendment to make it recurring, or sorry, one time. Mr. Bryson?
I'm going to maintain or object to this. My understanding was that this was for staff members so that they could better handle the operations. If we make it one time, then that would prohibit having long-term staff. I'll maintain that objection. Thank you.
Ms. Atkinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Mr. Bryson that with staff, it's good to have recurring, but I do see the point of other members that for process-wise, we have a little bit of a pickle we're in here. So making this one time and then maybe revisiting and seeing if it can't go through the JCF process again next year is not maybe the worst fix for that problem. So I think I would support this.
I'll speak in opposition. We did ask JCF if they would still consider the request that came to them through Southeast Food Bank. So if we vote this down tonight, that does not prevent them from funding this request or a part of this request. All right, we have a amendment and we have an objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to make the $75,000 for Southeast Alaska Food Bank one time instead of recurring, Mayor Weldon?
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson?
No.
Assemblymember Smith?
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly?
No.
Assemblymember Hall?
No.
Assemblymember Atkinson?
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Gandies?
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger?
Yes.
Chair Wall?
No.
Amendment passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
Brings us back to the original motion. Do we have objection? Ms. Hughes Gandies?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I object and I recommend that we instruct the applicant to go through the JCF process. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the motion as amended to approve $75,000 as one-time funds for Southeast Alaska Food Bank, Assemblymember Bryson?
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Gandies?
No.
Assemblymember Smith?
No.
Assemblymember Kelly?
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall?
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson? Mayor Weldon? Assemblymember Steininger?
Yes.
Chair Wall?
No.
The motion passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
All right, that brings us to item number 14 on the list. Reach Inc., group home heat pump installations and 7-passenger van purchase. Mr. Bryson, will you start us off with the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Assembly move the REACH request of $100,000 from the pending list to the budget and ask for unanimous consent.
Do we have objections? Mayor, I think I saw Mr. Smith first. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move an amendment. I move to reduce this to $50,000 one time. There is a program already that will fund transportation and vehicles like this, like the van that they're requesting. So I move that this be reduced to $50,000 because there's another pathway for that type of purchase.
We have an amendment. Do we have any objections? Ms. Hughes Gandies?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would object to this amendment. I don't know which funding pathway Mr. Smith is referring to I'm sure there are funding pathways in the world. I know that Juneau Community Foundation, I believe we learned this was not qualifying. So this seems exactly like the kind of community grant request we should review favorably. To me, it's one time, it's something that's hard to fund elsewhere. It's a community organization that's doing good work, so I will oppose this amendment.
Mayor Weldon.
I'll speak in favor of the amendment. I'm not sure at the fund source that Mr. Smith is referring to, but from my understanding, they have not talked to Heat Smart about their heat pump. So I think that there might be other fund sources there. So I think $50,000 is appropriate.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The program is called the Human Services Transportation Grant. I'm finding an article from October 2023. I can maybe see if there's something else. In 2023, it awarded SAIL $191,000 for a replacement with for ADA taxi for the accessible taxi program. I bring this up because I know throughout the years on the Assembly, I've seen grants from this grant program numerous times, and this project seems to fit right in there. So that's the rationale for my amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that information, Mr. Smith. I'll just say really briefly, I'm sure there are programs without looking into the nitty-gritty of a grant application and knowing their ability to seek that funding. I think this is a fine source, so I will object.
Ms. Hall.
I would just object to point out that 2023 is quite some time ago, and I haven't seen any taxi vouchers from SAIL. I think that program's gone away. However, if they haven't approached Heat Smart, I do think they could get by with less because there is likely funding there to help with the heat pump.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I just object for the purposes of a question. One of the reasons I would support this would be the installation of heat pump. So my question to staff would be, if we were to approve this grant, do we have any mechanisms to require them to spend it the way that they said they're going to? Do we have any way to enforce, like, if we give them this money, do they have to buy a heat pump?
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Yes, we ensure that Assembly intent is followed by arranging memorandums of agreement with grantees, and we outline terms and conditions.
Thank you. I'll remove my objection.
Mr. Smith.
I just Google searched a little more on this, and there is a state fiscal year 2026 intent to apply for this grant. The page was updated April 30th of this year. So it seems like it's still active. So.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Sorry.
Okay, we have a motion and we have an amendment with an objection. Ms. Hall.
I'll remove my objection.
Okay, I believe we still have objections. So Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to reduce the one-time reach request from $100,000 to $50,000. Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies.
No.
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
No.
Assemblymember Kelly.
No.
Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
No.
Amendment fails, 4 ayes, 5 nays.
Great, that brings us back to the original motion. Do we have objections? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move an amendment to this, and that's that the grant for the heat pump would only be awarded after REACH has determined they're not eligible for Heat Smart funding.
Is that doable, looking at our staff? Yes, okay. Objections to that? Mr. Steininger?
Objection maybe to make an amendment to the amendment to add in that the portion for the van is contingent upon REACH showing that they are not eligible for the program that Deputy Mayor Smith detailed.
Ms. Atkinson, an objection.
We just got too many conditions on this at this point for me to feel comfortable. I can't support that.
I will chime in and say, yes, this is not our role to be micromanaging a nonprofit at this level, so I will also object. Ms. Wendell, we have an amendment to the amendment. Will you remind us where we're at, and then we'll vote.
Thank you, Chair Wall. If I understand it, the amendment to the amendment states that the portion of the request that is the van is not subject to the potential Heat Smart funding. Can you clarify the motion, please?
Yeah. To make the portion associated with the van contingent on REACH showing they are not eligible for the program that Deputy Mayor Smith called out. I'm hoping he's raising his hand to add in the name of that program again. The Human Services Transportation Grant Program.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith, you have an objection to that amendment?
Yeah, just for a question, I just wanted to check in, maybe staff knows more about this grant program and, you know, reaches eligibility for it.
Thank you. So this is the program that Assemblymember Smith references is actually only prioritized by the City and Borough of Juneau. So every year there's a group that gets together and prioritizes transportation funding requests. And then the Public Works and Facilities Committee reviews them, and then the Assembly passes a resolution. The last resolution was November of 2024 for a vehicle, an ADA vehicle for sale, ORCA programs, and a replacement ADA taxi. And so you have a role in recommending funding for those programs. I don't know the specifics of like exactly what REACH is asking for versus exactly what SAIL is asking for. I do know that there's, in the time that I have been familiar with it, there hasn't been a lot of competition for that particular program.
Mr. Smith?
Removing my objection to Mr. Steininger's amendment.
All right, we have an amendment to the amendment, and we have an objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to the amendment that the portion associated with the van would only be awarded if it is not eligible for the Human Services, Social Services Grant. Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
No.
Mayor Weldon. Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
No.
Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Chair Wall.
No.
The amendment to the amendment fails. 4 ayes, 5 nays.
Brings us back to the original amendment. Do we have any objections to that amendment? Yes, please repeat.
The amendment that the grant for the heat pump would only be awarded after REACH has determined the request isn't eligible under Heat Smart funding.
Ms. Atkinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to object. I don't want to make the cost of compliance high for our nonprofits we're trying to help out with grants.
Mr. Steininger.
I'm going to speak in support of the deputy mayor's amendment. I believe that the city should be the funder of last resort when there are other programs available to meet some of these needs. And so I think it's appropriate to put some condition when we have a grantee that, hasn't reached out to some of the other opportunities for funding.
All right, we have an amendment and we have objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment that the grant for the heat pump would only be awarded after REACH has determined the request isn't eligible under Heat Smart funding. Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
No.
Assemblymember Steininger. Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Andes.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
No.
Amendment passes 6 ayes, 3 nays.
Let's back to the original motion. Do we have objections? I'll object, and I will say something only because I expect it to apply to lots of the rest of these grants. I'm probably going to be a lot no's on a lot of the rest of these, not because these aren't awesome organizations doing awesome things, but just my philosophy on what we should be spending our time on as an assembly, where our critical funding should be going in our process. So, Ms. Wendell, we have a motion and we have an objection. Will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the motion as amended to approve $100,000 of general funds for REACH with the requirement that the grant for the heat pump would only be awarded after REACH has determined the request isn't eligible under Heat Smart funding. Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
No.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Andes.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
No.
Motion as amended passes 6 ayes, 3 nays.
All right, I think that brings us to number 10, Friends of the Marie Drake Planetarium upgrade with auxiliary portable. Mr. Kelly, will you start us off with a motion?
Sure, and kind of reading the room and the mood, I am actually going to be reducing my request. So I move that we insert $43,000 into the budget from the general fund as one-time funding for the Friends of Marie Drake Planetarium in order to upgrade their, I'll just leave it there.
Mr. Kelly, you dropped off a little bit there at the end.
I was going to continue on with my motion, but I'll just leave it there.
Do we have any objections? Ms. Atkinson?
Just for purposes of a question, what would that be funding at $43,000?
I believe they would be, we would still be funding the upgrade to the actual facility, and they would be foregoing the additional portable equipment. Rosemary, can you nod your head if I got that pretty much correct?
Mr. Kelly,
those-
you'll have to repeat all of that on the microphone.
Okay.
And as a reminder, we don't invite any other community partners up here to give responses, so please
Okay.
keep your questions to the audience.
All right,
To Mona.
thank you. So they would be replacing some equipment in the,
Mr. Kelly, you can take an at ease if that would be helpful.
I'll do that. Thank
Okay.
you.
2-minute at ease.
All right, so it would be funding, replacing an aging control unit computer in the Marie Drake planetarium. It would also still fund a projector to go into the schools, and I understand that this would also they could probably offset some of this with fundraising from other sources, so.
Ms. Atkinson.
Sorry, just to follow up, maybe I asked that poorly. What isn't getting funded then? I'm really confused. If you don't, you know what, it's fine.
Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will object for the purposes of amendment. I would move to amend the amount of one-time funding to $78,000. And I will speak to that briefly, just to say, there's, in terms of how I apply my decision-making to these community requests, some things seem like they naturally don't have a great other home. And we look at them in the context of all the things we provide funding for. This is one that I feel like is a real boon in our educational settings and also just for our community. So I would prefer to fund it at the full funding request, and that would be my amendment.
Got an amendment. Any objections? No objections, so that brings us back to the original motion. Any objections to the original motion as amended? I'll object for reasons I've already objected to other projects. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the motion as amended to approve $78,000 of general funds as one-time funding for the Friends of Marie Drake Planetarium. Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
No.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies. Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
No.
The motion as amended passes 6 ayes, 3 nays.
Do people need a quick break to take care of themselves, or do you want to keep moving? Okay. All right, we're gonna make it through the pending list as a first objective here. Then we can talk about where we're going after that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr.
could
Smith.
could I have a fund balance check-in?
Yes. How about we take a 2-minute at ease if you have any. Oh, just kidding. No, not 2 minutes. Just a moment.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we've been taking advantage of other at eases to keep up. So last time we talked, we left off at the social service grant increase for JCF, $250,000. We have the Southeast Alaska Food Bank at 75, the Jack inflationary increase at 8,008. 8080. Even if it's there, I'm having problems with that number. The reach, we will account for that at $100,000, assuming that it all goes through. If they end up not needing all of it, you'll see that savings later. And then Friends of the Marie Drake Planetarium of 78,000 gets you to 13,116,146.
Thank you for that. That brings us to number 9 on your list, which is the Downtown Business Association Family Friendly Capital City. Mr. Bryson, will you start us with a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would move the DBA Friendly Capital City request for 75,000 from the pending list and add it to the budget, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Maybe just
One-
clarify,
one-time funding, sorry.
which is different than what is here on the sheet. Is that intentional? Yes.
That is correct.
Okay. One-time funding for Downtown Business Association. Mayor Weldon.
Thank you for that. I'm objecting for purposes of amendment. So, as we remember when we were talking about marine passenger fees, the crossing guard fund had extra in it. So right now it currently has about $500,000 in its fund balance. So my proposal is to take the $75,000 from the crossing guard fund balance. I have talked to Travel General about this, and they said why they're not wild about it, it's doable. So that's my amendment.
Ms. Atkinson.
Just for a question for staff, is that an acceptable use of marine passenger funds?
Is the question if the downtown ambassador program is an acceptable use of passenger funds? So the ambassador program it has been traditionally funded with passenger fees.
Mayor Weldon, maybe you could provide a little clarity. You would be using, I believe your motion was to be using marine passenger fees to fund this particular Downtown Business Association project.
That is correct. I thought it was the ambassador program.
Which
but
it
I
is.
could be wrong.
Maybe staff can clarify whether this is the ambassador program, or we can give you an at ease. We'll take a quick at ease. People stay in their seats. Mayor Weldon, do you want to provide any clarity?
I was thwarted by staff that I cannot use that, so it'll have to come from general funds at the moment. I'll keep thinking.
You were withdrawing your amendment. All right, Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to make an amendment to the funding amount to 37,500 due to budgetary pressures, and I would ask for unanimous consent.
Ms. Hughes Candies, we forgot to make sure Mr. Steininger had aired his potential conflict, so I'll ask you to restate that after
Yeah,
he does that,
I'll
Mr.
withdraw
Steininger.
that and yield.
Speaking to declare a potential conflict of interest, my partner sits on the DBA board. I've spoken to the city attorney, and I'm okay to participate in the discussion.
All right, Ms. Hughes Candies, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I would move to amend the funding amount to 37,500, and I would ask for unanimous consent.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm certainly not opposed to reducing things as we go on, as we've been doing, but I just had a question. Is that a cut level that you've worked out with DBA, or is that just sort of trying to find a lower level?
Thank you for the question. It's a good question. No, it has not. That has nothing to do with DBA. So that would be an unallocated amount from what they're expecting.
Gotcha. I will maintain my objection.
Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Madam Chair. You know, it's close to what we have funded DBA in the past at around 40K. They did send in an email discussing what that would do. My sense was that it doesn't allow for expansion of the, downtown lighting. It would just be, anyway, just would be pretty flat funding. Yeah, more maintenance, no big Christmas tree downtown. And this is all at the 40K level. And limited promotions for gallery walk and stuff. So anyway, it's not at 40 like they mentioned in their email, but it is close to it. So, and we do have some info on that in our email.
Mr. Bryson.
I want to do an amendment to the amendment. Going with Ms. Hughes Scandy's train of thought, what could we reduce and have a product that DBA could still use? I wanted to make instead of the 42,000, what did you have?
I had 37.
37. I was going to make that number 50,000, and that would allow DBA to handle 2 of the 3 programs. They were all roughly 25,000. And so rather than arbitrarily just reducing an amount, we would let them do 2 of the 3 activities. And so my motion would be to my amendment would be to amend Ms. Hughes Scandy's to that 37,000 to raise it to $50,000.
We have an amendment to the amendment. Do we have objections? All right, so we come back to Ms. Hughes Scandy's motion, which is to, I believe I'm doing this correctly. Now we're amending the original 75,000 ask to 50,000. Any objections? All right, that brings us back to the original motion, which is to fund DBA with a one-time funding of 50,000. Ms. Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just speak briefly to my objection to this one. I think DBA, like everybody on this list, does programs that are beneficiary to, or they benefit the community rather. There are some organizations that I think if they are going to benefit their members, that at a certain point it becomes incumbent on the organization to figure out how to fund themselves independent of a city grant every single year. So this is something you've heard me bring up in the past with DBA. DBA is in many ways similar to the Juneau Chamber in terms of what they're trying to achieve. The Juneau Chamber does not receive a grant every year. A couple of organizations this year asked to see more in their books. DBA also collects membership dues from its members, and I would just suggest, especially for those members where we say the city can't be all things to all people, that this would be a good example of where at some point we want DBA to not receive a city grant every year, or I fail to see what makes them especially receiving of that. So I'm a no vote.
Mr. Bryson.
As a former business owner of the downtown business district, the DBA is the organization that is trying to, I hate to use the word revitalize downtown, but they're the organization that's trying to breathe life into the downtown business community or into the downtown area itself. Their promotions or they're asking for money to enhance downtown. And if we want to stand any chance at helping push back against the cruise industry taking over downtown, we have to have local organizations that are focused on our local downtown business community. We have organizations that focus on downtown housing. I mean, the more we focus and the more we invest in our downtown community, the better outcome we're going to get. So I'm going to be hopefully I'm going to support this $50,000 request. Thank you for your time.
All right, we have a motion and we have an objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the motion as amended to approve $50,000 of one-time funding from general funds for the Downtown Business Association. Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies.
No.
Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon. Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
No.
Motion as amended passes 7 ayes, 2 nays.
All right, next up is number 16 on your list. I believe Trail Mix Inc., Eagle Crest Biking and Hiking Trail Construction and Improvement. Mr. Bryson, do you have a?
I have to declare a conflict. Daughter just began, Trail Mix just started up on the 12th, and my daughter is well working for the Trail Mix crew. I'm going to have a seat.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Mr. Steininger, will you make us a motion?
I move $54,000 of general fund for a one-time grant to Trail Mix Incorporated for Eagle Crest Biking and Hiking Trail Construction and Improvement, and ask for unanimous consent.
Do we have objections? Mayor Weldon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love Trail Mix. I think they do a great job. But at some point up at Eagle Crest, we're going to have to start charging. So until they figure out a way to charge people for using these, I have to object.
Ms. Atkinson, Mr. Steininger.
I'll just speak to that real briefly. Mayor, the question was asked of Trail Mix about charging up at Eagle Crest, which was then forwarded on to Eagle Crest staff. basically the issue of why they are not currently charging for, summer biking activity, people taking their own mountain bikes up, locals using that area, is they don't currently have enough product to charge for. This would allow them to have enough product to actually start charging. They've been having internal discussions on how to set up a charging mechanism that would be a low burden to staff for enforcement and collection, because it's summertime revenue, but they are working to address that very concern.
Mr. Smith?
Thanks, Madam Chair. To the sponsor, I guess I was just noticing, is this grant like the full cost? I just don't see that they've secured funding from any other source.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Smith. So this is 4 weeks of construction work as well as materials. So it's a full cost of the work that they can achieve in those 4 weeks. I believe when I spoke to them, they thought they might be able to get 2 trails done with that kind of time, but it might depend on the conditions. If they get up there, there are more challenges. But so it is a full cost of those 4 weeks, and pays basically the full cost of their labor.
I have another question. Oh, I guess maybe I answered it. I was just wondering if they had worked with the Mountain Bike Alliance. They had done some things under Thunder and, were able to access grants. So, anyway, thanks.
To answer that, they do intend to work with the Mountain Bike Alliance. That's where the expertise is on trail design and guidance. So there is a partnership there.
Do we have any objections? Or oh, sorry. Well, I don't remember, so if someone has an objection, will you raise your hand? Yes, the mayor.
I had an
objected.
objection, but Mr. Steininger addressed my concern, so I'll remove my objection.
Okay. Miss Hughes Candies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll maintain it only because of budgetary pressure.
Miss Hall.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in support of this, just because I think it would jumpstart Eagle Crest's ability to generate revenue. If they have to go out and start this project and hire a trail crew right away, I think it will stall it out, so I support this.
Mr. Smith, do you have your hand raised with purpose?
I was gonna go for an objection, or an amendment, but goodness. I move an amendment through. No, I don't. I'm done. I don't object.
All right, we have a motion and we have objection. Miss Wendell, will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the motion to approve $54,000 of one-time general funds for trail mix. Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies.
No.
Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
No.
Mayor Weldon.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson. Oh, thank you. Chair Wall.
No.
Motion fails, 4 ayes, 4 nays.
All right, that brings us to line item 17, United Way of Southeast Alaska, working together to prepare for and recover from disasters. Miss Hughes Candies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, or Madam Chair. I would move to add $40,000 recurring general fund for United Way of Southeast Alaska, working together to prepare for and recover from disasters to the budget, and I ask unanimous consent.
Objections? Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd move that this be one-time funding. Ask for unanimous consent.
Miss Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In a situation like this where there's ongoing engagement and there's a very real continuing risk of disaster, I just think it ought to be recurring. So I'll object to that amendment.
I'll speak in support of this amendment. I'm glad this is on the list and I'm excited to help move it forward, but I think it's an experiment right now. And I feel like as we develop relationships and new projects, that's a good time to use one-time funding to see how it goes. I really appreciate that the ask was for recurring funding, recognizing that for this to be successful, it will need to move recurring, but I'd rather have another touch point on it before we decide long-term how we want to engage. Ms. Hughes-Gandies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I think Ms. Atkinson's covered and you covered why making it recurring makes it successful, but I understand the concern. So I will be a no on this amendment.
All right, we have a amendment and we have an objection. Ms. Wendell, will you remind us what the motion was and then we'll vote.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. The original motion was to approve $40,000 of recurring general funds for United Way of Southeast Alaska. The amendment is to change the funding from recurring to one-time. Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
No.
Mayor Weldon. Assemblymember Hughes-Gandies. Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
Yes.
Amendment passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
Brings us back to the original motion. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that is so moved. All right, that brings us to line item 8, Coastal Alaska Avalanche Center, Juneau's Backcountry Avalanche Forecast. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move one-time funding for the Coastal Alaska Avalanche Center for Backcountry Avalanche Forecasting in the amount of $24,000 in general fund. And this is one-time funding. Just briefly, it says 30. I've spoken more with the organization. They think they can ramp up some fundraising. You know, it's a $25,000 budgetary item a year. This year they did 15, so they needed 10, but they feel like they can keep increasing that number. So they said they understood they'll keep hustling, and hence my reduction in the budgetary amount. So thank you.
For the motion, any objections? Mayor Weldon.
Appreciate Mr. Smith's reduction in the price, but again, budgetary concerns, and I think this affects a few people and not the many, so I'll object.
All right, we have a motion, we have an objection. Ms. Wendell, will you call roll?
On the motion to approve $24,000 of one-time general funds for Coastal Alaska Avalanche Center. Assemblymember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon.
No.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes-Gandies.
No.
Assemblymember Bryson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
No.
Motion passes 6 ayes, 3 nays.
All right, that brings us to the not quite final, almost final item on the list, penultimate, is that what they say? The 13, line item 13, the League of Women Voters, Juneau, Capital Students, Capital Visits. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move a general fund grant amount for $5,000 of general fund to the League of Women Voters for the Capital Visits Program as recurring funding. As we may remember, this program gets every 8th grader in the Juneau School District to the Capitol, as well as the courthouse to see the different branches of government. Important civics lesson. I think some opportunity for growth here, but this program has been funded just on the backs of volunteers. It still is going to be mostly supported by volunteers, but they just really realized they needed someone to be able to implement the program and facilitate. They mathed it out, and that amount was $10,000 a year. But they are also willing to know that they can go and hustle for some other money. Hence, and they are okay with the reduction to 5,000, and that gives them a good base and a good place to be able to go now talk to other groups for the remaining funding. So that's my motion. Thank you.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to object for purposes of amendment and bring it back up to $10,000. This is a really, really excellent program. I see it firsthand quite a bit, and I just think I understand we have a lot of budgetary pressures, but we're really getting to the point of pinching pennies. And I don't know that a $5,000 will make that much difference to our budgetary circumstance, but it will make a very large difference, I imagine, for this group of volunteers doing this good work. So I ask for unanimous consent.
We have an amendment. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. This isn't an objection. I actually support this motion, but I just thought I should state for the record, my fiance is on the board of the League of Women Voters, but I've spoken to the attorney and she doesn't see a conflict. So I'm ready to vote in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Appreciate the support for the organization. I get it. But it's $5,000 a year. We can't be everything to everyone. They have told me they're willing to go and do the work and go try to do the fundraising. This provides a base. I appreciate the support, but they actually didn't need it, so I'm not sure why we'd give them more. But anyway, I think as a principle, we can provide a little bit and people can go get the rest, and I think that's continues with that principle. So I will oppose the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Wendell, we have an amendment and we have an objection. Will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to change the amount from $5,000 to $10,000 of recurring general funds for the League of Women Voters, Juneau. Assemblymember Atkinson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Mayor Walden.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Scandies.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson. Assemblymember Hall.
No.
Chair Wall.
Yes.
Amendment passes 6 ayes, 3 nays.
Brings us to the original motion, or the motion as amended. Any objections? Mr. Smith.
Tempted, but I'll pass.
That was a joke hand, I see. Any objections? Seeing none, that's so moved. Okay. That brings us to line item 7, American Legion Ocbay Post 25 Centennial Hall Veteran Event Rental Space. Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move $2,000 in recurring funding from general fund to the American Legion Ocbay Post 25 for the Centennial Hall Veteran Event Rental Space, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Objections? Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Very small sum. However, if we do this for this group, there's other numerous nonprofits. We got an email from someone at the school district a couple weeks ago about the exorbitant prices at Centennial Hall. I appreciate it. I support our veterans. It's just then we have a fairness issue. I feel like it blossoms into a larger amount. I think there's maybe a different way to do this, but also for $2,000, I wonder if it's more paperwork and pain for our staff to do than that is beneficial. So I'll oppose this. Thanks.
Mayor Weldon.
I'll object for purposes of the question. The maker of the motion, this is a grant, correct?
Yes, this would be a grant, yes.
Thank you. I'll remove my objection.
Ms. Hughes Candies, then Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm objecting for many of the same reasons Mr. Smith just spoke to. I asked, sorry, Hard Candy. I asked about the finances of the organization. They very generously shared their balance sheet. I looked at the cost of the rental in comparison with the size of their balance and operations, and I feel assured that this will not prevent them from using the space. And it really does become, we have tons of great nonprofits in town and lots of them use Centennial Hall. So it's a much bigger policy question. And so for that reason, I'll be a no.
Ms. Atkinson, then Mr. Steininger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've spoken to a little bit on, this is, I think, $2,000 that they could better use and other areas, and this is a way that we can support our veterans in this town. And as to Mr. Smith's question about staff paperwork, I will remind him that staff directed them through this process. So that is something they have brought upon themselves, in my opinion.
Mr. Steininger.
I won't reiterate too much of what's already said, but I share the objection for similar reasons as Mr. Smith and Ms. Hughes Candies. You know, we have this list of nonprofits that have rented the Centennial Hall and gotten the nonprofit rate, and a lot of them are, you know, equally sympathetic as the Legion, and I think that there is a sort of fairness issue in picking one single nonprofit and giving them free rental. And so I think if we want to address this, we should think about addressing the nonprofit rate as a whole instead of an individual grant.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I think my only objection to this is that it is recurring. And so I think I'll go ahead and make that amendment and move that it be one-time funding.
We have an amendment. Ms. Atkinson.
I'm going to object to that. The holidays every year. They're going to be, if we're going to fund it one year, it makes no sense to do it year after year. I think it should be recurring. I understand the fairness question, though I will say we give grants to some nonprofits and we voted down some others. So there's plenty of inequality in how we fund nonprofits that we've just shown here tonight. But I think that if it's going to go down, it should go down as recurring.
We have an amendment. We have an objection. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to it a little more. I think the whole fairness question, to me, that can be resolved by making this one time. And if other groups want to apply in the future, they can, and that we can kind of judge this in that context. But I don't have an objection with funding the American Legion for this 1 year to assist them with this. They had the forethought to apply. That process is available to any other nonprofit. So at this time, my only objection is to this being recurring, and so I'll maintain my amendment.
All right, we have an amendment. Ms. Wendell, will you, and we have an objection. Will you call roll?
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the amendment to move $2,000 of recurring general funds to instead move $2,000 of one-time general funds for the American Legion on proposed 25. Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Assemblymember Atkinson.
No.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Mayor Weldon. Assemblymember Hughes Candies.
Yes.
Assemblymember Smith,
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson,
No.
Assemblymember Hall,
Yes.
Chair Wall. Amendment passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
That brings us back to the original motion. Now, if this passes, we get to do it again next year. We have a motion. Are there objections? Ms. Sandy's, does anyone want to speak to their objections? Mr. Steininger.
I'm actually going to remove my objection. I think with this as a one-time item now, that gives us the time to look at something that's more fair for the nonprofits on this nonprofit list when it comes to Centennial Hall rentals. So I'll remove my objection.
Mr. Smith, do you want to speak to your objection?
I was considering an amendment to raise it to $4,000, but I think I'll pass.
Can I speak briefly?
Let's use candies.
I would just add that our actions have consequences and now we'll pay for our sins. We will get 1 million applications if we tell everyone, and that is the right of this body. If you want to look at our nonprofit policy for that, we can go nuts in the year in between. But I would just say that I personally don't have interest in deeming which nonprofits are worthy, et cetera. So maybe looking at the pricing and determine whether we think the pricing is fair. But I will maintain an objection to this, and whether all nonprofits could use their money better elsewhere, I'm sure they think so. But it seems like a very straightforward, good use of their funding when you look at the story that their balance sheet tells. And this is one of the main things they do, and this is within their budget. So it seems like a good use of their funds. So I'll maintain my objection because I love talking about money.
Mayor Weldon.
I appreciate Ms. Hughes Candy's sentiments, and the only reason I would vote for this is because it's for veterans. I can tell everybody who's in a nonprofit right now, don't try and ask me to give you a break on anything else. I'm just doing it for veterans, and as the mother of an active duty Marine, I would be proud to support this.
All right, we have a motion, we have objection. Ms. Wendell.
Thank you, Chair Wall. On the motion as amended to approve $2,000 of one-time general funds for the American Legion Octave Post 25. Assemblymember Atkinson.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hughes Candies.
No.
Mayor Weldon. Assemblymember Smith.
No.
Assemblymember Kelly.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bryson.
No.
Assemblymember Hall.
Yes.
Assemblymember Steininger.
Yes.
Chair Wall.
No.
The motion as amended passes 5 ayes, 4 nays.
All right, we are through the pending list. Oh,
Chair Wall, my understanding was that the motion made towards the beginning of the pending list was to address the Santa Kahini Playground project site prep at the end of the pending list.
no.
Thank you for the
I think the motion was to take it up when we take up the subject of school bond, which is not next week, but will happen. Yeah. So I'm going to look to the body for direction here. It is 10:20. We may have people who want to still make some changes to the budget before we set the mill rate. I'm not sure. We still have a collective bargaining conversation that we could continue. We do have are planning on having an assembly finance committee meeting next Wednesday. Seasonal sales tax is on that agenda. That is just one item, but it is a complicated item. So I guess I'm looking for your thoughts on whether we keep moving tonight and what we are hoping to cover. So I'll see if folks have strong thoughts. Mayor Weldon.
I don't have strong thoughts, but I'm just making sure that our three things that need to go to the full assembly don't have to happen tonight. The CIP resolution, the mill levy ordinance, and the CBJ budget ordinance.
Madam Mayor, those actions could be taken next Wednesday and be fine.
Thank you.
I'll start with the first question, which is just, do you want to keep working tonight? And then we can decide if the answer is yes, what we want to do. I saw Mr. Kelly first. Maybe I'll just go down the line and everyone will give us a temperature on where they're at right now. Mr. Smith, I'll start with you, and then we'll go this way.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I would say if we don't need to deal with these and we're meeting next week, obviously we have a big topic and some more stuff. I'm in Seattle, so just an hour ahead, but I've been up since 6 o'clock East Coast time, so I am starting to fade. Anyway, something as important as the mill rate, if we don't have to rush, if we don't have to do it, I'd prefer to push that and some of these other things onto the next week.
In collective bargaining, continue conversation, where are you on doing that?
I could do that.
Okay. Mayor Weldon.
I share Mr. Smith's sentiments. Move everything except for collective bargaining to next week.
Is there anyone that objects with that plan? Mr. Kelly, if you want to speak.
I think if we have a big topic, I'd rather that we continue the discussion, but I also don't want to belabor the argument if most of the rest of us are, my feelings aren't very strong on the issue. So if there's consensus with the rest of the assembly on moving these items to next week, I'll be fine with that.
All right, let's just keep going down the line on moving things. Ms. Hollis is moving to next week.
Sure, I'll work as late as we want to work tonight, but if we want to move it, we can move it.
Okay.
I want to do collective bargaining stuff and nothing else.
Okay.
I have more work in me, but if everyone's over it, then I'd rather have a fresh. But I would ask that in the week in between that we do some really get the numbers you need from staff so that we start that meeting fresh with ideas about the mill rate and we don't it's easy to want to put these decisions off. So let's come fresh and ready next week.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us this opportunity. I found that all the decisions that we make after 10 o'clock are just that much more taxing on us. So handling collective bargaining and coming at these very important, the budget and the mill levy rate fresh next Wednesday is the very appropriate course of action. Thank you for that.
Great, that's what we'll do. So the mayor, do you have another motion to take us in?
Yes, I do. So I would move the
Madam Chair.
session.
Mr. Smith.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is on not at this item. I move notice of reconsideration on our vote for the social services grants increase. And that would just punt it to, that would bring up at the next week's.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's no objecting. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ms. Atkinson.
Sorry, it is late. I just remembered that next Wednesday is the final day of session. So there is a decent chance I will not be here for that meeting, which is fine if people are feeling like we have to skip it, but I just want to throw that into the conversation. I forgot. I apologize.
Does that change anyone's opinion strongly? All right, we're gonna keep with the plan with no Yeah, yeah, no, that's helpful. All right, Mayor Weldon.
Thank you. I move the assembly into executive session to continue to discuss matters the immediate knowledge of which could have an adverse effect on city finances, specifically an update on collective bargaining.
Any member of the public object to us going into executive session? Any objection from the assembly? I will state my conflict again, which is that my husband is a member of IAFF, and so I will step out for any part of the conversation related to negotiations with the union associated with that organization. All right. Any objections from the assembly? Seeing none, going back into executive session. Thank you all for being here. Oh, go ahead, staff.
Did you say that we're not coming back so the public has no reason to stay?
Unless you tell me there's something else we need to do here, no, we will be done after we exit from executive session so public can leave.